Congratulations, thank you.
Leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. So big thank you to all of our sponsors, and we appreciate them for sponsoring our Stars and Stripes Independence Day show. That takes us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk's secretary. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following adoption of the calendar. We have 12 consent items this evening, actually 11 because we took C4 off, so we have 11 consent items this evening.
Minus.
Oh, never mind, we have 6. Can't count. Okay, you're right, it says it up here. Okay, we have 6 consent items this evening. Councilmember Franklin, Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Councilmember Green.
I'll second.
Okay, I see no speakers. Please cast your votes then. Oh. I did. Oh.
Make sure you lock your vote.
I did. I did it twice. I locked it 2 times.
There you go.
You did it. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And that takes us to our public hearing. We have one public hearing this evening. This public hearing is to receive testimony regarding a proposed zoning code amendment and special use permit for a single-room occupancy hotel at 330 Mar Vista Drive. Public hearing is now open. Community Development Director John Conley is going to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The item before you this evening is a public hearing for a zoning code amendment and a special use permit at 330 Mar Vista Drive, the former Motel 6. Subject site is shown on the overhead here. It is 330 Mar Vista, as I mentioned, southeast corner of Mar Vista Drive and the 78 freeway. The site's a little under 4 acres in size. It's currently developed with the existing motel that was put there in 1972 approximately, formerly operated as the Motel 6. Consists of 2 buildings that include 75 rooms and an office space, as well as some amenities, including a pool, a tennis court, and parking and landscaping areas. This is a close-up of the site that sort of shows the existing conditions of the property with access on Mar Vista Drive, the existing pool and tennis court, and then the 2 existing 2-story motel buildings, which are on the east and south sides of the site, respectively. The site is surrounded by single-family homes to the north, east, and south, and the SR 78 freeway to the west. The property was developed in 1972 as a motel. It was designated as a residential use at that time. The residential use had a tourist designation that allowed a motel to be built in that zone with a special use permit. So a special use permit was obtained at that time. Since then, the general plan has been changed back to medium low density, which is consistent with the R1 designation that it's currently zoned. So it occupies or operates as a legal non-conforming use within the R1 zone currently. The general plan on the left is medium-low density, consistent with the surrounding residential neighborhoods. And the zoning is R1, again, single-family residential zone that allows single-family uses on 10,000 square foot lots. The proposal this evening includes 2 components. One is a zoning code amendment, and one is a special use permit for the SRO. The zoning code amendment would amend Chapter 1828, which is the R1 zone, to permit 1 single-room occupancy hotel within the zone with a special use permit, and then it's tailored for this specific project not to exceed 75 beds and a manager's residence. The special use permit, in combination with that zoning code amendment, would allow the single-room occupancy for 75 studio apartment units and 1 manager's residence in the former motel facility at this address. The zoning code amendment, as I mentioned, would amend Chapter 1828, which is the R1 zone. The new classification would include 1 single-room occupancy hotel, as mentioned, details not to exceed 75 rooms, and a manager's residence. The reason for the proposed zoning code amendment is to retain the underlying single-family residential zoning on the site. In the event that the SRO ceases to operate in the future, the site would revert back to single-family residential use. The special use permit would permit the conversion of the existing 75-room motel to 75 studio apartment units and 1 manager's residence on site. The existing facilities would be renovated, including paint, roofing, upgrades to the rooms, kitchenettes, and other repairs as needed. There would be no new construction or addition to the property, simply renovation of the existing facilities. As mentioned, the rooms would all be fitted with kitchenette facilities, which would include a sink, a refrigerator, and cooking facilities. The existing office space in the front of the motel would be converted to a manager's residence to accommodate an on-site manager, and the units would be rented at market rate for 6-month periods or longer. The current hotel limits stays to 30 days or less. This is a site plan that shows the layout of the existing facility. The existing hotel buildings or motel buildings are shown in black. They're 2-story structures. Existing pool in the center of the site, and the tennis court in the upper left-hand corner. The parking includes 112 existing spaces. The project requires some additional parking, which can be accommodated within the paved areas on site with restriping. This is a layout of a typical room. Again, no changes. Existing motel rooms that would be converted with small kitchenettes, and you can see the kitchenette facilities added in the corner of the units. They're averaging about 375 square feet in size. The existing architectural design of the building would not change, remains as is, with the addition of paint, new windows, new roofing, etc., to renovate the structure. This is the easterly structure that's up near the street, and this is the southerly structure that's down on the south end of the site. As mentioned, the zoning code amendment accommodates the SRO use on the site while preserving the underlying R1 zoning, which was the preference of staff at the time that the application came in. It requires a special use permit to control the location of the site and manage their operations, which is included in the council's review this evening. The allowance for 1 SRO within the R1 zone would accommodate the subject location, but would not expand the ability of other SROs to operate within the R1 zone. This is a little bit of a unique situation because the existing motel is built and exists in the R1 zone, and we don't have any other motel facilities in a similar zone, and so that's the reason that we're recommending the zoning code amendment. And finally, the provision of an SRO would be consistent with policies in the housing element that call for providing housing that's affordable to different segments of the population. The special use permit, as determined in the staff report, would be consistent with the general plan and the proposed zoning code amendment. There are a number of conditions of approval included in the recommendation to address improvements on the site, maintenance of the facilities, on-site operations, safety, parking, etc. The use is determined to be compatible with surrounding residential uses because it is a residential use in its nature. And the findings for a special use permit that were required by our code can be made and are recommended in your packet by staff. The Planning Commission reviewed the project on July 5th and made a number of recommendations which are provided for the council's consideration. All of the Planning Commission's recommended conditions are included in the council's packet, and so if you'd like to make changes to any of these, the staff would like to hear as part of your motion this evening. But in summary, the Planning Commission wanted that all the laundry facilities would be kept in a clean and working order. Property management would be responsible for enforcing off-site parking. The tennis court would be converted into a half basketball court and 2 pickleball courts. New 8-foot-high fencing would be installed along the eastern and southern boundaries of the site where it's shared with other residential properties. The tenants of the facilities would require to have a 6-month lease or longer, and no recreational vehicle, trailer, camper, or other parking would be permitted on the property. Again, these recommendations are all included in the staff recommendation before you this evening. With that, the zoning code amendment is subject to the City Council's review following the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Planning Commission did recommend approval with the added conditions that were covered. The SUP is reviewed concurrently with this, and so it's also at the City Council's discretion and would be contingent upon the zoning code amendment if approved. With that, the staff recommendation is to adopt an ordinance amending the Chapter 1828 of the Development Code and a resolution granting a special use permit to establish an SRO at 330 Mar Vista Drive. The applicant is here this evening as well, Ms. Schiffman, I believe, who has additional presentation for the council, some additional information on the application.
Ms. Schiffman.
John, I believe we have a presentation as well. Perfectly. Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Ritter, council members, and the public. My name is Sally Schiffman. I'm a senior planner with HWL Planning and Engineering, and we represent the applicant, Vista International. We also have a representative of the company, Scott Tulk. He's with us this evening as well. So if you have any questions on operations or detailed questions, he's here to answer those as well. A little bit about the owner and applicant. Vista International has been established in California since 2013. They currently hold 14 residential apartment properties around the state, primarily in Southern California, and they manage over 1,200 units at this point. Since 2017, they have been pursuing these SRO conversion projects. They currently hold 3 conditional use permits in the city of El Cajon. They just obtained one in the city of Oceanside just in June. They're pursuing a 4th project in El Cajon, and they also have active projects running in Escondido, Chula Vista, the city of Ontario up the freeway, as well as the community of Rancho Bernardo. These projects have been quite successful. They're starting to get some good statistics back from the El Cajon properties, and one of the things that's most notable is that the calls for police service have dropped substantially. So we did provide, I believe, the most recent staff report that the city of El Cajon just processed. They do annual reviews of their properties, and so they look into their operations each year, what the police reports are showing, and at one in particular, they've seen a 75% decrease, both from the first year in operation as well as now the second year. So 75% decrease the first year, an additional 75% decrease again the second year. Mr. Conley went through most of the renovations that are proposed for the site. Exterior changes, some have already occurred, so the neighbors may have already noticed. New paint has been applied. Windows repaired, doors have been repaired. The site's just been generally cleaned up. We are going to be doing parking lot repairs, adding up to 20 new parking spaces. We're going to be replacing the trash enclosure with something that meets your current standards, including providing space for food waste collection. Landscaping's going to be renovated, pest control treatments, those sort of things. Interior renovations, yes, they're going to be repairing any damages that are in the units. They're going unit by unit to assess anything that may need to occur. New paint, new flooring, new lighting, et cetera. All units will have efficiency kitchens. So as Mr. Conley said, they're going to include a 3/4 refrigerator. They'll have an actual stove with 4 cooking spaces as well as an oven. There's going to be sinks, countertops, cabinets, all new lighting, air conditioning units in each room, They're going to renovate the lobby, and they're going to be installing that new manager's residence as well. So a big aspect of shifting these motel or hotel sites over to a more stable living environment is really providing these residential amenities. This particular site, we're really lucky. There's already so many great amenities there, and there's so much open space that Vista International is able to really work well with the property to upgrade it for the residents. So there's a lot of dedicated recreational space. The tennis court can be used for many things. Planning Commission has recommended basketball and pickleball. There's a community pool, there's patio areas. Of course, we would have the on-site laundry, which is a great convenience for residents. We are going to have live-in management, so that's a part of their business model. That's a really important part, to have somebody on site. And then, of course, the resident lobby mailboxes, that's another important piece of shifting to a more residential, stable condition. And then managed utilities as well. There's picnic areas throughout the property. There's plans for a dog run. The facility would have access to Wi-Fi, those in-room air conditioning controls, and then there's also security on site. So there's, of course, just surveillance cameras around the property. There's that on-site manager, and then they also have patrols at night. So I believe it's 3 times a night during the week, 4 times a night on the weekends. And so very secure sites, and this is similar to their other facilities. Vista International takes their property management really seriously. This is how their sites are as successful as they are. So all of their sites include an operations and management plan that's specific to that site. So that's been provided to each of you. If you have any questions on that plan, please let us know. We'd be happy to discuss it. But for the public, those O&M plans, they cover the leasing structure, they cover any of their maintenance plans. They have a list of who they would call if anything goes wrong on the site. They include the rules for the site, and that's available at all times. The lease agreements, as stated, we do require a minimum of 6-month leases upon signing. After 1 year, then residents can re-sign for 12-month minimums. So this, again, it really encourages this stable long-term living. In-house management team. So Mr. Tolk here, he is the top of this chain. He is the general manager, and he is the last line of a phone tree. So if anything occurs, there's a 24-hour call center, there's a live-in manager, there's a site-specific maintenance team for all of their properties, so this site would have its own maintenance team. There are then property supervisors for regions, so there's the next tier up would be the North County Regional Supervisor. There's then a Southern California manager that would actually be called, and if she's not available, Scott would get a call anytime, any day, and basically people are called until a human is answering that phone and taking care of whatever may be happening on site. And then they're also supported by the Borba Property Group. They've been in partnership with them for about 3 years now. Borba Property Group is based in California, and they help with their support management, so their HR stuff, payroll, hiring practices, things like that. We are generally in agreement with all of the conditions that were put forth at Planning Commission, with the exception of 2. One has to do with fencing. We are asking that the condition be adjusted to be more flexible. Given the topography of the site and the surrounding placement of the properties kind of at the bottom of these slopes, we really feel that the 8-foot specificity of the condition is not necessary. It's at best, it's just not even really effective, but it may actually be a safety or security concern. So to have an 8-foot solid fence at the top of the hill, it doesn't really do much except create a situation for on-site management to not even be able to see past it. They wouldn't be able to see over it. They won't know what's happening between the fence and the neighboring property. We are asking that the fence height and material simply be worked out with the community development director. We want a fence there, we need a fence there, but we'd like some flexibility in what that fence looks like. In addition, we're asking for flexibility on the use of the tennis court. So we have no problem with basketball courts and pickleball courts, but we want to be able to have flexibility there. If the tenants want tennis again, we want to be able to provide them tennis. If they want a full basketball court, we want to be able to provide a full basketball court. And we don't want to have the onerous task of coming back to Planning Commission or Council to ask for something so simple as a change in use. So we definitely want to retain that space for recreation. We just would ask that we're not required to stick to very specific recreational types of uses there. So those are the changes that we're asking for. So in conclusion, we feel that by establishing this new management strategy and approach on this site, that it's really going to be transformed to what was a hotel that was really hitting the end of its life to stable, lower cost housing that is beneficial to a really important part of the population. We found that these project sites do reduce costs to the city by reducing calls for service. And we know that it would contribute to our housing element goals. And then generally, we feel that by upgrading the property and providing these longer-term tenants here, that we would help the aesthetic and feel of the neighborhood. So that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. And then, of course, we'll listen to the public and respond to their questions as well. Thank you.
Does Scott Tolk do you want to talk, or are you here for backup?
He's here for backup.
Okay, okay, we'll wait and see if there are any questions. Do you want to take the speakers first? Well, no, we're going to call speakers. If you want to speak, you need to fill out a form and hand it to the secretary clerk over there. The first, you can't speak from the audience. The first speaker is Steve or Stephanie Snedeker. They'll be followed by Eric Ray Castro.
Good evening, everybody. Originally, my husband and myself
Talk right in here so everybody can hear you, okay?
Originally, my husband and I were very much opposed. The main concern was not having a full kitchen, not having ability for people to stay there. We still are concerned about the traffic, the wear down on Mar Vista. I am a resident of Mar Vista at 270, and also regarding the use of it. So after speaking with the young woman who just spoke, I think that making them full kitchens is a big deal. And I think that making them affordable, or at least nothing's affordable for most people anymore, but making it where there's a possibility where people can live there. But I am concerned about the traffic. I'm concerned about there's no sidewalks. There's no real passage of transportation available there. So people are going to have cars. They're going to have that. But as long as it's, and I don't mean to sound snobby, but as long as it's market rate and it's a straight up home, even if it's a tiny home, that's fine with myself and my husband. We think everybody should be able to have a home. And it's interesting how just one conversation could change how you feel. So thank you.
Very
That's
true.
all.
Thank you. Eric Ray Castro, followed by Mike Strawbridge.
Hello, council. Hello, public.
Excuse me, you're talking to us up here?
Yeah, I'm talking to everybody in the room, ma'am. Thank you.
No, you're going to face us and talk to us.
Okay, I'm talking to everybody in the room, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, so public, I'm here to give an opposition to what's going on. Projects like this are the things that are making the prices and home prices unaffordable in the city, in the county, in the state, and now in the rest of the United States. And, if nobody's going to say anything about it, I must be the one to say something. So, notice of trustee appointment and acceptance. I, Eric Ray Castro, on this 8th day of August, the year of our Lord 2022, accept the appointment of trustee for the real property at 330 Mar Vista Drive, Vista, California, for the purpose of opposing P22-0115 notice to public hearing of the City Council relating to the matter of P22-0115 single room occupancy hotel at 330 Mar Vista Drive, Vista International, Inc., for the violation of the Executive Order 13849. The City of Vista shall accept a sum of $15 million by the 1099A provided by Eric Ray Castro for the purchase and sale of the real property, 330 Mar Vista Drive, Vista, California. Property description in County Recorder's Office, APN number 183-041-45, to be repurposed as a shared workspace, farmer's market, and garden. All persons are ordered to evacuate the premises immediately. Signed, trustee, secured party, Castro Eric Ray, August 9th, 2022, and there's my signature.
Okay, yes? Yep, you have a
And then I
minute.
also have the 1099A to present to the city and the council. I give this to the clerk.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mike Strawbridge is next. And he'll be followed by Dennis Constantino.
Hello, Council. I live at 346 Hanalei Drive, and I oppose this for a couple reasons. One, I'm concerned with having 75 units where they're permanent residents, where they're probably going to bring 2 cars, maybe 1 car each, and they're going to be trying to get to services where they can only get to by car. So I don't know if anybody here has ever walked down Mar Vista, but I've lived there for 11 years and I've never walked it because it seems too dangerous. I imagine the people that might be renting these are not young executives that could afford a $1,300 a month rent. They're probably more likely to be low income. And with that probably comes struggles of transportation. So they might have a hard time having a car to get to every single thing. Having 75 units in that location is going to increase a lot of traffic. People going to school, people going to work, people going to the grocery store. And I don't feel like the road really can accept that. A hotel is different, where people come, they stay for a night, they pop on the freeway, pop back off. But right now, when the new development went in down the street near the Arco station, they made them put a roundabout, which probably helped a little bit, but it still is really difficult. There's a lot of traffic. So I'm concerned with, one, people walking to get to facilities. We have a lot of market rate apartments around Vista. We don't have a lot of low income. There's a lot of low-income people that struggle in a lot of those market rates. So if this were to go through, I would love to see rents capped so that people that are low-income, that are going to live in a 350 square foot studio that barely has a kitchen, could afford it, so that they're not just stuck in a small place and with rents going up. You know, it doesn't sound like there's any cap on this. So I come from a poor family where I struggled with a single mom, and the car broke. She had to ride her bike to work. It was difficult to get ahead. So it's troubling to think about 75 different units, 75 families, people living there that are going to be stuck in that situation at market value. So please say no.
Thank you, sir. Dennis Constantino. That's followed by Rosie Barnett.
Mayor and council members, good evening. Nice to be here again. I did speak at the last, at the planning session. we do acknowledge the fact that we need to have housing for those who are less fortunate for us, and the state in its great wisdom has dictated that all the cities must comply, and I'm certain Vista has certain quotas to meet around that regard. So with that, we do have some concerns about having a single resident occupancy center located where it is. If you look at all the centers around the United States and where they are put in, they're typically put in urban areas of dilapidated hotels. And they're designed to be put in there because there's easy access to all types of facilities. As we know, this one is being placed smack in the middle of a residential area. And you've heard, and you might hear from others, one of the biggest concerns, of course, is the path of transport. For those of you, I live on Presley Place, which is a private road right opposite the wonderful traffic circle that causes all kinds of exciting ways of going around it every day. For those of you who have not been down Mar Vista, it is a windy, narrow street where people do go at speed through Avocado. It's a straight shot through the traffic circle, and even though the city has put in speed bumps, there is direct traffic flow racing through there. I would strongly recommend, if the city is going to approve this motion to move forward, that we do have some type of sidewalk or transportation, sidewalk transportation across Mar Vista, and not wait for a first fatality to occur for that to happen. There is limited services for those individuals who do not have transportation. They're going to have to walk. And the last presentation, I mapped out exactly how long that walk is, and the only supermarket that we used to have, the Vons, is now closed. So people will have to walk a very, very long way, well over a mile, to either the train station, a bus station, or a supermarket. The other concern that was just raised was about a traffic impact, and I don't know if a traffic impact report has been filed, but as the gentleman before me mentioned, one of the differences between this and the motel is the motel was transient. People would come in, spend the night, leave the next day. Now we're planning to have 75 residents. There is no cap on the occupancy per those units. It is limited only to 2 adults. You can have as many children as you like. So 2 adults, 75 units, 150 vehicles at maximum capacity, all of those going in and out, ingress and egress to the 78 freeway, which is already rather difficult, and this is located right at that location, would be a challenge. So there would have to be additional either stop signs put in or other ways to control that traffic. So we do have some concerns not only about traffic, but I also have concerns, and the individuals did address that in terms of...
Your time is up, sir.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I apologize, I didn't see it. Last time you had a little colored light over here.
It used to beep it, but it didn't beep it, so it just blinks, so
Apologize
sorry.
for going over. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Rosie Barnett.
I'm going to repeat a lot of what I've already heard, but my name is Rosie Barnett. My husband and I have lived in Vista for over 34 years, and we have lived on Mar Vista for 29 years. Our property is 330, so directly across from this property. As in most of the older Vista communities, we are not the house on the street, we're the house behind the house on the street, and then there's another house behind us. My concern, and I will repeat, is in those 29 years that we've been on Mar Vista, the traffic has increased dramatically. And that makes sense, we've grown. The speed of the traffic, it continues to exceed the posted 25 miles an hour. And we have witnessed an uptick in accidents. So my question is similar to the gentleman in front of me. Has there been a traffic study? How many accidents have we had in the last 6 months? There was a motorcycle that spun out, ended up in the neighbor's front yard. It caught on fire. Some really severe accidents because people are not paying attention. They're not going 25 miles an hour. And as was said before, if you haven't driven it, please do. It's narrow, it's windy, there is no room for error. There is no sidewalk there's barely a place for people to walk, and when I see bicycles go through there, it terrifies me. So one question is very important to me. Have you done a traffic study? Have you talked about or know how many accidents we've been having on that road? And minimally, perhaps an idea would be to have have you seen on Shadow Ridge, in fact, on the way in here, those digital traffic signs that say you're going 40 and the speed limit is posted? Minimally, something like that would be helpful. I don't know, but thank you.
David Hopkins?
Thank you very much. My name's Daniel, but thanks for allowing me the opportunity to talk. I just wanted to address a few things, namely some things that other people have brought up. Some stuff on the last meeting. I discussed with you some of your other properties. I did some research on the other properties. Nothing bad. The only thing that I happened to notice is the El Cajon properties and other properties that you manage around San Diego do have very generous sidewalks, allowing access to public transport, to facilities such as gas stations, grocery stores. This doesn't have that, as everyone else has said. There's just no pedestrian infrastructure. There's no bus stops. There's the train stop is at Civic Center, or you can go, what's the next one on further east? I can't remember, Buena Creek. And really, if we're talking a zoning amendment, they're getting some kind of benefit out of this. This is a for-profit company, right? So this business is going to get a benefit. I see no reason why the community shouldn't also receive a benefit. It's great to talk about how upgrading the property will benefit the community. It will aesthetically, but namely, if you've got low-income people, I live at 234 Mar Vista. I am privileged to watching people who dare to walk up and down that road get honked at, get nearly hit. I've got giant granite boulders that come right to the asphalt. Literally, the asphalt like kind of comes over them to create curbing. I watch day in and day out 18-wheelers come up onto those giant boulders, and it creates a huge, sounds like a car accident every time it happens. And so I've watched car accidents. I've called the police about car accidents. It's an accident waiting to happen without doing something to improve the infrastructure, like plain and simple. So, I get that the housing crisis exists. I'm really not opposed to the idea, but I'm opposed to not accepting the reality that there's going to be people there relying on public transportation, relying on accessing a grocery store or a bus stop or whatever it may be, just a sidewalk, little kids wanting to ride their bikes. You never know what's going to happen. Without sidewalks, it's just straight up dangerous. So, yeah.
Thank you, sir. That's all of our speakers, so I'm going to go to our council, and I'll start with Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank all of my neighbors who came to talk about this project. I live and work right in the neighborhood. My office is around Thibodaux, and I drive past this project and through the roundabout every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. I was there earlier today, and I want to thank Scott and his staff for giving me a tour. I want to let you know that I take your concerns extremely seriously. But there's a decision that we have to make tonight. The operator, the applicant here, has the right to continue to operate the hotel. And so if we do not give them the right for the single room occupancy, they're going to continue to operate the hotel or the motel. And I think probably we lose some of the additional investments that they intend to make. One of the things that's very important to me, and several of your neighbors have reached out directly to me and expressed concerns, particularly about the nature of the transient occupants that might live there under the current month-to-month leasing, if you will. One of the things the operator is committed to do and would be required to do under the conditional use permit is to prevent those who have committed felony crimes, prevent those who are registered sex offenders from living in the property. The conditional use permit would also require a minimum 6-month lease. So tenants would have an option for a 6-month or 12-month lease as opposed to a month-to-month tenancy. The applicant has also agreed to install, under the terms of the CUP, stoves so that the occupants could cook. I agree with you that street, I've never and would never be brave enough to walk down Mar Vista past the roundabout. I see people do it. I don't honk at anybody, but I marvel at their boldness, and I am concerned for their safety, no question. We've had many conversations on this council dais about our desire to build more sidewalks. In this case, it would be building curb and gutter and sidewalk and taking properties along the way to do it. And those would be your properties that we'd be confiscating some piece of in order to build that sidewalk. I know that we all wish, and we try and build several new miles of sidewalk every year, but it is extremely expensive to build sidewalk. Most of the sidewalk that has been built in the city of Vista was built by developers building new neighborhoods, and they were required to build those new sidewalks when they built a new neighborhood. So I could be reflexive and I could vote against this, and I think you might applaud me for doing that, but I really think it would be the wrong decision for our neighborhood. And I say that as somebody who lives in the neighborhood and as somebody who has to be accountable to you for the future of how this project works out. I truly feel that you would be disappointed if I allowed the project to continue on a month-to-month basis without the ability to limit those who have criminal background from being there, without installing the kitchen facilities. We do have a seat on the North County Transit District Board of Directors, and one of the things that we can do is we can install a bus stop right in front of the property if there's a demand for it, and we certainly can take a look at that. So we don't want people to have to walk past that roundabout to get to the bus stop. That is something that's very easily rectified by installing a new bus stop. So it's tough for me to sit here and vote against what so many of you have just come to ask me not to approve, but I'm telling you that I have spent very considerable amount of time thinking about this and visiting with neighbors, and several of the neighbors that did reach out to me directly with concerns, I actually brought them earlier today to see the project, to walk through it. That was the first time I'd walked through it. I've driven through the project before, but the neighbors who I brought, frankly, were just as angry about the project as you are, and just as opposed. And by the time they had seen it and had an opportunity to understand some of the facts that the council has, they decided that they were supportive of it also because, it's... What are those facts? We don't have the option before us as a council to prohibit the continued operation of the motel. That's what's really important for me, for you to understand, is that it's not a choice between another type of a project. It's a choice between their continued operation as a motel, which, by the way, the city will lose about $150,000 a year in TOT tax from the hotel, which we're fine with because we actually did send our sheriff's deputies to El Cajon. This started out as the biggest issue that I support this project, is because we dispatched our deputies to El Cajon, our cops deputies, to do an investigation in the 2 projects that were built there. We visited with the El Cajon chief of police, and we verified the reality of the fact that crime was significantly reduced, and that's demonstrated by the calls for service. When you dial 911, we make a report of that, and every one of those calls for service is a statistic that's very important to us because generally a deputy is going to respond every time you call 911. And obviously we want less calls to 911 because there's less crime. And we have very hard demonstrated numbers that show that the crime goes down when we do this. For those of you who live...
I'm sorry.
those of you-
You're sorry, you cannot speak from the audience.
For those of you who live in the neighborhood...
I'm sorry.
For those of you who live in the neighborhood, if you've ever driven into the Motel 6 when it was in operation, The other thing that I'd like you to know about the project before it was acquired by the new owner is it had a large amount of transient occupancy, gang activity, crime activity, prostitution. And it is my desire as a resident of the area to eliminate those behaviors from our neighborhood. And so having sent our sheriff's deputies and our crime prevention unit to El Cajon to investigate the actual change in calls for service, and having seen the hard evidence of a reduction for calls for service, I mean, there's no interest to the city in doing this. We're losing revenue. It's counter to the business interest of the city to do it. It is only, in my personal belief, actually in the interest of the residents that live near it. I understand the traffic concern. That is a concern. The other, issue is if this continues to operate as a motel and it's sold in the future, might there be somebody that comes back and wants to build 100 or 200 apartment units there? I think we're better off with the product that's being proposed. I personally have family members who are young, who are looking to move away from home for the first time, and I think the $1,300 a month product is a product that is needed. I lived in a small apartment on the East Coast, and there's nothing wrong with small apartments. They fit the bill for a certain portion of the community. So I only hope that you'll reach out to me, give me the opportunity to address any questions you have. I appreciate that you came tonight. I understand your concerns are very sincerely felt, and I hope that you'll understand that I'm genuinely doing what I think is in the best interest of your homes and of your families that live there to try and reduce the crime that exists under the hotel model. Because if not the SRO, it goes back to operating as a motel. So I hope that you'll understand that's why I'm supporting the project.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Mr. Conley for working with Applicant. Thank you, Sally and Scott, for being here. It was good to connect with you earlier today and take a look at the property. And I am supportive of this project as a concept, especially it's a unique opportunity for the city of Vista. I do have some criticisms and some thoughts, but I also appreciate the neighbors coming to share your thoughts. I, can relate to a lot of your concerns, and I encourage you, we also have oral communications at the end of the meeting where you can share, 3 minutes of more of your comments and concerns. So I definitely appreciate hearing from the public. I know we all do. We have a process of being able to share our thoughts and our feedback with city staff and with the applicant so that we can have a really robust discussion, and the public is a part of that. So I have a couple questions. I know that there's, conditions of approval for this project, and that if we don't approve the project, then the use is converted back to a hotel. So John Conley, would you be able to explain a little bit more what would the options be if we don't approve? That would be helpful. And I might have a follow-up question.
Sure. If the proposal this evening is not approved, the use would continue to be able to operate under the existing use permit as a motel, which limits stays to 30 days or less.
Okay, so not necessarily a Motel 6, but...
Could operate as any motel depending on the ownership's preference.
Okay, and then because of that, what is the strength and value of the conditions of our approval, both from the Planning Commission and also from our body? I really want to understand a little bit more the scope of our authority here as our council, so that as we're making recommendations, we don't over-condition, right? But we also have to recognize that if they're not, interested in going forward with some of our conditions, they can just convert back to a hotel. So what's the scope of our authority?
Sure. So the conditions of the use permit are intended to regulate the operation and use of the facility. So in this case, we're recommending that the facility be fully evaluated by a professional to determine what improvements need to be made to bring it up to par, so to speak. There's operational requirements for security, cameras, laundry facilities, on-site recreational facilities, improvements to the parking lot, landscaping, aesthetic improvements to the structure, limitations on the numbers of people who can live in the rooms, how long their lease agreements are for, basic operation of the facility itself is subject to all of those conditions, and really there are conditions from staff's perspective trying to manage all aspects of the use of the facility, from the maintenance of it to the operations of it to the security of it. If the council does not proceed tonight, all of those conditions are off the table, and the original use permit that allows the motel to operate, which has some fairly limited conditions, would stand.
Okay, thank you. So we can we can comb through the conditions, right, and add to them, right? But unless the applicant is willing to participate in those conditions, they can accept them or they can convert it back to the motel.
Yes, if the council wants to add or modify conditions this evening, they can. The only request is that those conditions be proportional and have a nexus to what they're asking for.
Okay. That's helpful. So I want to touch on another comment that Deputy Mayor Franklin made regarding our tax revenue. So would you be able to explain how would our city's tax revenues change with that motel month-to-month structure versus the SRO model?
Sure. So currently, motels and hotels in the city, anything that has a transient occupancy has to pay a transient occupancy tax, which is a percentage of their sales. And the city collects that. It's called transient occupancy tax. In this particular property, we collect about $140,000 a year in transient occupancy tax as a motel. So in the event that the SRO is approved and they begin operations, we would no longer receive that tax revenue.
Okay, so how much would we be losing as a city?
About $140,000 a year.
And, okay. So the next goes along with our city goals. If I could circle back to the kind of the question of the scope of our authority on our council here, there's statements in the agenda report regarding the applicant working closely with the community development director, which is you. So what would that work look like? How would you be supporting their efforts to convert the property?
There are a number of conditions included which require my review and approval or my staff's review and approval. Some examples of this are a maintenance report that requires a professional to go through the facility and document anything that needs to be brought up to standard, and we review that and we walk through the facility with them, so that's part of it.
Okay.
The fence condition is a part of it. It's just basically our review of their meeting our conditions.
Okay, and let's say at some point they're not willing to participate in the conditions anymore and they want to convert it back to a motel. What would that look like?
They would have to come back through the city to get a new use permit approved.
Okay, so they'd have to have kind of new hoops to jump through.
Correct.
Okay. So there's a couple of statements regarding, here, I'm losing my questions. Okay, so there's some statements saying that this is consistent with the housing element and other statements saying it contributes towards the goals of the housing element. So I want to be specific. There's also a variety of information coming from the applicant and from the public and throughout this hearing. So it's being described as low cost, but also being described as market rate. Is this project affordable?
Good question. So there are no affordable covenants required. In other words, we do not have any limitations on what they can charge for their rooms, which we consider to be a market rate project.
Okay, so it's a market rate project. And I do know that it's a unique product. This is in particular because it's an older motel that's being converted into the single-room occupancy units, but also because they're small. They're like 375 square feet. The accessible rooms are a little bit larger. So when we think about it being affordable or low cost, that's really due to the size and the nature of the units. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they're not affordable and there's no rent stabilization or deed restriction, which some other folks mentioned, this idea that, right, if they're $1,300 to $1,400 now, they could increase with every new tenant, the rent could increase. And then rent could also continue to be increased at, 10% every year per the state of California. So they're not deed restricted. They will continue to increase as the market increases, and to start their market rate, $1,300 to $1,400, based on the size, right, probably makes them less than other studio units. Correct?
So what they charge is at their discretion.
Okay, because there's no deed restriction,
Correct.
there's no covenant, like you mentioned. Okay, so then if they're not affordable, where does this project stand in meeting our RENA requirements or a housing element? So what way does it support our housing element? Which we need a whole variety of housing, right? But where does this plug in?
Good question. So the housing element has policies on providing housing that's available to all segments of the community, which includes affordable housing, which includes low rent housing, and which includes, higher end market rate housing. So this project is not a deed restricted affordable product, but it is lower than the average rents in the city, so we consider it to be a more affordable product. That's how it contributes to the housing element, is that it provides housing that's available to, a range of the segment of society that may not be able to afford a full luxury market rent apartment.
Okay, so it's not considered affordable in one sense because there's not a restricted covenant that would keep it, to a certain rent for a certain amount of time. But then on one hand, it does fulfill some of our goals in our housing element because it's technically lower cost due to the size and,
Provides
older
a product
condition.
that's not readily available in Vista.
Okay. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'm like feel torn because on one hand, I see this as an improvement to the area because what you're going to be seeing instead of kind of the reoccurring new occupant of a motel, which when I was providing social services, we would often use this Motel 6 to provide interim, stable place for someone to stay while they're waiting for, shelter, sober living, or what have you. And, I know that were more calls to service and, the concerns about vagrancy and these different issues that come up in the neighborhood. And with this kind of housing project, you're going to be getting at least a 6-month lease. It's not even a month-to-month lease or a 3-month lease. Like your new neighbors at this location, assuming it's approved, would have to be there for 6 months or more. So it's more stable housing versus if it were to convert to a Motel 6, right? But it's not as stable as I would prefer it because there's no affordability requirements, and it's not deed restricted. So they can continue to raise the rents to whatever they want. And that's always going to be a concern to me is, safety and that housing stability, making sure that overwhelming community experiences that, stable housing, stable rents, that kind of thing. I also, I really appreciate some of the efforts that the group has gone to improve the surrounding area. I walked the whole perimeter of the project. I don't really care about pickleball versus tennis court versus basketball court. I don't know if we need to harp on those requirements. But fencing, I do think needs to be up to a certain standard. I'm not the expert on fencing, so I couldn't make any specific recommendations, but if it's coming out of our staff and planning that we have a specific 8-foot requirement, I think that that's going to be for the privacy and comfort of the residents as well as safety for your property. Yeah, let's see if I have any other questions. I think it's cool that we're going to have, a full stove in the location and someone who's living on site providing property management. That's going to go really far to making it feel like a more positive community and a more helpful community. It's not just kind of a free-for-all. There's going to be, positive structure for where people are, expected to not only follow rules, but when they need help, they have this whole list of people they can go to. And at the same time, even though I would love to see this project deed restricted, I would love to see it mandated affordable, the conditions are just, our recommendations basically. And if they don't want to make them deed restricted or affordable, they could easily just go back to a motel, which would still provide a whole lot of revenue for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's something the applicant would insist upon, that it remains market rate. I just want to express my views to the public that I would prioritize this to be affordable, because I really see this location as being a spot where, someone who is looking for a lower cost place to rent can save their coin so that they can get into a place where they can spread their wings a little bit more. And the market rate reality of this property doesn't really secure that for me, because we can only be sure that it's going to stay affordable for those members of the community if it's deed restricted. But I probably have talked a lot, so I'll let everybody else speak. But thank you, everyone, for listening, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is this developer required to do any type of traffic study?
Since it's an existing facility, we did not require a traffic study.
Okay, is it assumed by our traffic department that the trips are going to be similar?
The average for a motel is slightly lower than the average for an apartment, but in the calculation of averages, it was like 100 trips a day or something along those lines. It wasn't a significant increase.
From an infrastructure standpoint, when you have residents that are going to be there for a timely manner and they're typically, going in and out of that, you're going to have more people constantly coming in and out of that, location right there. Is there anything that our traffic engineer recommends from a safety standpoint, whether it's additional lighting or, rumble strips, no left turns coming out or like whatever? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like if there is any type of additional safety overlays that we're allowed to do,
We would have put it in the conditions.
you would have put it in. So from looking at it, it meets the traffic standards as far as you're concerned. And as far as our
traffic engineer reviewed the proposal. He didn't have any additional
any
recommendations.
concerns?
No.
Okay. Let's see. And she asked about these units qualifying for RENA credit. So I know you said that since they are,
We get credit as market rate units. for
so they're
these
not,
units.
so they're not even, so they're even though they serve the affordable community, we basically are building them as market rate.
We get
As
credit
far as
in
the
our-
boxes they check in Arena, that's not our affordable boxes, what I'm saying.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
We get credit in Arena for deed restricted units.
We only get credit if they're deed restricted.
Correct.
Okay. As a council, if we do convert this, is there a way to change the cap on the rent from the new 10% to a 5%, since it's more of like a corporate thing, or since it's a state guideline, are we not allowed to? We would have to actually put a deed restriction on it? Okay, I see my attorney answered that one with his nonverbal cues, which is pretty awesome. And we're saying that these units are going to be $1,200 to $1,300 a month for starters, based off what current rent is what we've heard? Or I just heard somebody throw those numbers out.
Question for the applicant.
Applicant, rents on these per month, what are you shooting at right now? What are you saying, hey, if I was to open today and I was to put these on apartments.com, I would be offering these properties at $1,295 a month? What's the number you're trying to get here?
We compared it to Oceanside properties, so we're around 1,350, 1,400 there.
Okay. And is that similar to other studios in Vista as well? I mean, as far as, I haven't done an area market rent survey on studio apartments in the city of Vista, but.
Mr. Connolly gave us a bit of data on that, and I think, if I remember,
We got some data on the newer studio apartments that are available, which are much higher, but
Yeah.
citywide, as far as total inventory.
There's
no,
just
we
not a
don't-
lot to
we
compare it
don't
to,
have that
correct?
data. Yeah, there's not a lot of studios outside the newer product.
All right. Well, I know walking is definitely a big deal. I used to drive that street to go to Rancho Buena Vista High School every single day, and I had to hold my brother's coffee. And if I spilled it on me, I was stuck with spilled coffee. And mind you, it would spill. There's some turns over there, man. So, walking is definitely an issue. And hopefully Councilwoman Contreras, when she speaks, she can talk about her position on the North County Transit District and what type of transportation options we can provide. Because you're absolutely correct. It shouldn't take a death on that street from somebody walking away from your development. I mean, how bad would you feel as a developer to know that you brought somebody to that development that walked down the street and was struck by a vehicle per se because we couldn't provide adequate transportation to them to services that they need. So that's something that I think has to, be worked out, because the people who are living here might only have one car and there might be two people. And as as some of the residents stated, we need to make sure that we provide transportation to them, especially with Vaughn's closing down and not tell us what's going in that spot right there, where there is no grocery store anywhere close. So that is a really huge concern. So I want to make sure that you guys are committed to working with not only the council, but North County Transit District to try to get yourself a, bus stop right there, because that's really going to be the only way to get people in and out of that area.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and then when I was there, I noticed that you didn't have a lot of stuff, okay? So I know our community development guy is going to be in charge of it, but since we're going with this route, when I spoke with you, there's no sprinklers in any of these units right now, fire sprinklers, okay? There's also no big fire alarm outside of this. It's not my, specialty per se, what it's going to take to make this, development safe, but I would assume all of those standards are going to have to be met in order to convert this to an actual living facility. And I want to make sure that that is completely understood, that, in order to be an actual residential facility, you have to make sure the residents in there are protected. And one smoke alarm in one unit in the bottom left-hand corner doesn't protect the unit upstairs over the right, which is why in apartments, they have all those requirements. So I don't know what the cost is going to be on that. And that is a burden that as a developer looking for a special use, you got to, kind of swallow. But I just want to make sure that you're definitely committed to that from a safety standpoint. And then also from a landscaping standpoint, we spoke and said, hey, the landscaping is going to be prettied up or whatever. I think I walked the property. Was it with you, Madam Mayor, we walked the property with? And there's a huge area over there by the trash enclosure that is just a waste of space. There's another area over there by the way, you can use your tennis courts, basketball courts for whatever you want. I'm not going to put a condition on you for that. But there's another area over there that seems like a little bit of waste of space. And if you have 75 families in this area, chances are they might have a pet, so they might need a little dog area. They may also need a little spot for like a tot lot or something like that, whether it's a slide or a swing or whatever. Since there's no way to walk anywhere from here, we need to have amenities on your facility, which I see you got a pool, you got a tennis court. Little kids don't play, some play tennis, but it'd be a lot better to just slide down a slide and play in a sandbox. So I want to make sure right now, it looks like a Motel 6, okay? It definitely looks a lot better since you took the blue tarp off the side that was just kind of hanging off of there or whatever. So thanks for prettying that up a little bit. But it needs to look like a community, a place that somebody paying $1,300 per month can feel good about paying $1,300 per month. They don't feel like they're staying in a Motel 6. So that's what I'm going to ask of you is, as a council member, if you're going to bring a development here, that it becomes a community. It's not this, chopped up, motel feel per se. And the fact that you're changing that front intake area to a manager's suite will definitely change the vibe when you walk up, where you don't have a motel lobby coming in there. But a pocket park. And then as far as the new fence goes in the back, I'm fine with putting it at Mr. Conley's discretion, as long as it's something that provides a barrier between the two. I don't know that it has to be 8 feet, but I do want to make sure that when you look over that chain link fence to that area in the back, you are looking right in your neighbor's houses. those neighbors are looking right up to you. It has to be a privacy fence. I don't need you to look over and see what the neighbors are doing in their backyard necessarily. I think your presenter said, hey, 8 feet's too high. I can't see what they're doing in their backyard. Well, that's kind of the point. It's called a privacy fence, man. I want to give them some privacy. So I'd like you to kind of take that in consideration. I want it to be a solid fence. Don't know if it needs to be 8 feet, but it should be solid because it needs to be conducive as privacy, and we want to make sure your community is separated from the community in the back. From a light standpoint and a light pollution standpoint, we're not adding any new lighting to this development, right? That's going to be shining in neighbors' houses in any form that we're aware of?
There are some new lighting requirements, but no, there wouldn't be any new parking lot lighting per se.
So no light pollution is what I'm getting at. Like no neighbors are going to be like, hey, Joe, you just built this development and I can't sleep at night because...
No.
No, nothing. Okay. And let's see, caps of rents can't do. Other question is, do they have the ability if they wanted to, like say they didn't want to go through all of our, restrictions for residents, could they just turn this into like an Airbnb type deal with the same TOT as like a hotel? I mean, I don't know what their options are, and that's what scares me is like right now, under the grandfathered use of this development, what it is exactly they can do because, in the event they say, hey, we might not do it as a hotel, but we qualify as an Airbnb, we're going to put this thing online and have it like that. Like, what can they do with this? Do they have the ability to do this if we don't do that? Because I want the community to see like what the alternative could possibly be. And that's kind of my question.
So yeah, they could potentially rent the rooms through some, website, but I mean, it would be, the only limitation there would be stays. Would be
Longer
no
than 30
longer
days.
than 30 days.
Okay, which, Airbnbs typically have the same.
There's nothing in the conditions or in our code that would restrict that.
Yeah, so I do think it's the safest way for us to have this property grandfathered in this community, as that as a council, we get to put overlays on it that are palatable to the community. I wish I could make you build a sidewalk all the way down to Mar Vista, but as my man said, that's a restrictive requirement for your little development there, okay? But I do want to make sure that we have a bus stop there and we have a way to transport people to and from this development to get services, because you can't put people on top of a hill on a road with no room at all, literally less than 18 inches in a lot of spaces, to try to provide for their families. And if somebody's at work working all day and somebody's responsibility is to go get food, I mean, what do you do? That's tough. So that's my biggest concern is I think just walking around the neighborhood. This has been a road I've driven through for a really long time. I initially wasn't a fan of that roundabout down there either that they put in, but I'll tell you what, the traffic congestion when you get off the freeway after 5 is a little bit better, but you still do have people flying from Avocado. And those speed bumps, man, I don't know why they don't see them, they're dark. But anyway, from this standpoint, I do agree with my colleagues here that I think this is a 6-month minimum stay is better for the community and it's better for the city. I do think there's some infrastructure improvements that we need to do. There's a lot of facade improvements that need to be done. And then obviously lean on Mr. John Conley to make sure that my community is safe and talk to my fire department and make sure that you have everything you need in order to make your residents safe, all right? But with that, I would say that yes, I am okay with this, and I'm okay with not taking away your striping of your tennis court and, not putting any too restrictive overlays on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the public for coming and speaking. Hopefully, if this is your first council meeting, it won't be your last. We have a lot of decisions like this that come before this body, and it's always really important to hear from the public. I want to address the bus stop issue because even though when I became North County Transit District, the representative for the city of Vista, it was pretty miraculous that in less than a year, I was able to get a bus for Rancho Minerva Middle School. However, I'm not a magician, and looking at this location, I will tell you that it would be extraordinarily difficult to get a bus stop here because the closest bus route is the 305, and it goes nowhere near here. So I actually believe that it is impossible to get a bus stop here. Now, if in the future we move forward with more micro transit, it would be maybe there's a location, like if you use Lyft or Uber, you can do like a pool location, and micro transit could address some of those issues, but it's not for certain. So I will tell you that I just think it's really improbable to get a bus stop there. Right now, so I just wanted to check what the route would look like if I were here, right, which I am, at the Civic Center, and I wanted to take public transportation to this location of 330 Mar Vista Drive. I actually would have to walk 15 minutes from here. I would have to get picked up at Santa Fe Avenue and Broadway. And then I would get dropped off at the closest bus stop, which is South Santa Fe Avenue and 1275. I don't even know what that is, but it's like going to be over there by the AM, PM, and KB homes. And then from there, I would have to walk the treacherous route that everybody's been talking about, that really windy route. It's a 19-minute walk for someone who, I guess, is able to walk at an average pace, right? So if I started, so to give you an example, it's 6:57 right now. It's telling me the bus is delayed by 8 minutes. I would try to walk those 0.7 miles in 15 minutes, and I would get picked up at 7:42 p.m. I would ride the 5 stops to South Santa Fe Avenue and 1275. I'd get there around 7:47. Then I would walk almost a mile, 0.9 miles, which is about a 19-minute walk. And then I would arrive at 330 Mar Vista Drive. Just to get from here to there, that's already an hour and 8 minutes. So I just really want to paint that picture, right? I really wish I could just get a bus stop anywhere I wanted. But it's really not that easy. So I'm not going to promise that we can get a bus stop. I see it right now as highly improbable, but I will ask. Now, this, I was able to tour the facility today. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to or not, but I was able to get it in my schedule, and I really appreciate having a tour. The developer informed me that it will be non-smoking, but I actually have a question, and I don't know if John Connolly, you're the one who can answer this, or the applicant needs to answer, but the current Motel 6, did that have a non-smoking designation?
No, it was not a condition of the city's.
So this is a huge issue because we know that tobacco is radioactive, and the minimal touch-ups that are happening, it's not like we're reconstructing on the site. Even though it's going to be non-smoking, all of that toxic pollution will remain in these units. For one, I don't think that is a good situation for anybody, especially if we're talking about unlimited amount of children. I have a serious concern about that. So I want to put that out there. And I don't believe that there's any remediation that can happen outside of removing everything and reconstructing, which would be a significant cost. The only reason that this would be a more stable residential use is because it wouldn't be month to month. But that, to me, it really isn't enough to justify market rate at $1,350 to $1,500. That's an extraordinary amount. So I have a question for you, Mr. Connolly. When we're looking at the average market price per square foot for a product, let's just say, because we don't have anything that is a SRO right now. So let's take a studio, which a lot of these, luxury rate studios have balconies and stuff, right? That's why the cost is, I can't afford to live $2,000 a month in a studio. It's like, it's pretty crazy, but some people can. Do you have information as to what the average square foot here in Vista is for a studio at market rate?
Citywide, I don't have that. I have data for the new products that have been built, like in the last 5
Sure.
years. And that's about $2,000 a month on average for a studio unit.
Okay.
Those units range in size, though, from around 750 to 900 square feet.
Yeah, I'll have to pull out my calculator for that. So let's just say, let me see where we're at. Okay, so what would you say like the average rent is for some of the new ones?
It's about $2,000 a month.
2,000, okay. And let's just say it's like around what?
800 roughly.
Well, it's like, but square feet, it's like 7.
It's like an average, I would say about 825.
825. Okay, so like twice the size, what we're talking about right now. Okay. Did I do this right? Is that about 242 per square foot?
Yeah, I think the number in my report was around 250 a square foot.
Okay. Here's the big problem I have with this conversion into what is being called a more stable residential experience, is that our new studios built within the last few years and continuing to be built are roughly 825 square feet. They're roughly 2,000. That's $2.42 per square foot for a brand new studio. Obviously, that's not affordable. However, when we compare this project, which I think the best way to compare it, apples to apples, would be square footage. If we're looking at $1,500 per room at an average of 375 square feet, that's $4. Did I do the math right? That's $4 per square foot. That is outrageous. It is absolutely outrageous. Without a deed restriction, I can't swallow this for the community. I can't get a bus stop there, most likely. Again, I will ask, okay, because I really believe in doing the people's work. So, you know, our executive director, Matt Tucker, knows that I usually have a laundry list for him, just like I do for Patrick. But I really just don't see it as a possibility to get a bus stop there. But $4 per square foot, my fear is that if we allow this to happen, which I know we've talked about the many reasons why it would be beneficial to have this converted to an SRO, to have a little bit more management over the conditions, but it's still very limited what we can condition. If we allow this product to move forward in the city of Vista, what does that do for the history moving forward of what we're charging per square foot? I think that the answer is unknown, but the answer could very likely be that it will continue to raise the price. I don't want to be in the newspaper as the #1 city with the highest rent increase year over year. That's why I really believe in inclusionary housing and affordable housing and having a deed restriction. You know, if the applicant were amendable to having a deed restriction, even at 120% AMI, I would be having a totally different conversation. But I just don't see that as being an actual stable housing. Because, you know, maybe if you're splitting the rent with someone, right? But why should it be that you have to split the rent with someone for it to be affordable? And that also begs the question of what happens when individuals who are trying to, you know, escape domestic violence or move beyond a harmful situation with someone that they're splitting rent with. You know, where's the product for them? You know, I would hope that it would have been this. I was really looking forward to this project when it was first presented, the idea that it would be affordable by design and it would actually be affordable. You know, I could see it $900 to even $1,100, right, per month. Like, that would be easier for me to comprehend. But at $4 per square foot, that is, I can't. I really can't. If we're going to be charging $4 per square foot there needs to be a lot more rehabilitation, a lot more. We need to be able to have a ton of more conditions on this property, including site-suitable native plants, right? Including more lighting, including, trying to figure out how to remediate some of the issues with previous toxins from smoking. Outside of that, so I can go on and on and on and on with that. So I think you all know where I'm coming from. But I want to move to a different situation. So while I was visiting the property today, I really just wanted to make a left-hand turn. And I'm going to just admit that I think I broke the law because, and I saw a sheriff's deputy vehicle go along and I was like, okay, I'm going to wait. So that way they're out of the way so I don't have to worry about, maybe getting a ticket. So as they passed going down Mar Vista towards the roundabout, I made my left-hand turn, but it really wasn't very safe. Because there's so many vehicles. There's already a cluster happening, to the left towards the freeway exit entrance, and then also trying to get down to like Thibodeau. It's absolutely a nightmare there. There are no conditions that we're able to put because this doesn't trigger CEQA, right? Since it's going to be using the existing property, we won't really be getting a traffic study. There's not the requirement of providing infrastructure for the public. There's not even the requirement for a proper basin. When touring the facility today, and the picture that you see at the very bottom to the right, there's like this little blip that goes, right, into almost into the neighbors, right? So there's a little bit of vegetation there. But the property itself with the topography and the fact that it's a mostly impervious ground, the water will run off pretty quickly. And there's no stipulation that we can put to actually have a real stormwater retention basin. So I have a real concern about erosion and stormwater that's just going to pick up all this stuff from the pavement and send it right into the neighboring properties, which, this is a very more skewed towards agricultural uses, and whatnot. So I have a serious concern about that. Let's see. I think that might be, I wanted to be really supportive of this project. I don't believe that I have more to say, but unfortunately, I'm not in a position where I can say yes to $4 per square foot as a standard. Maybe the market changes in the future and there's a situation where now the market rate is showing that, $1,500 is way too much, right? I think when we look at market rate, we're not considering the irrational exuberance that's in the market. And when it's very dangerous to rely on the market when the market isn't working properly, and it's definitely out of reach for the average Vistan. So, either it becomes deed restricted, even at 120% AMI, or improvements are done that vastly address some of these issues, and maybe the rent has to go up, but it's, commensurate to some of the new development. But as it stands, there's just way too much that has to get fixed for this to be a viable residential area. So I'm not in favor of the proposal as it is laid out. That's all my comments. Thank you.
I'll kind of jump in here on the fencing requirement. I would work with the community development director to determine the best fencing and let him, work with him on that. As far as the tennis courts, I would give them flexibility. They talked about if they maybe just multiple striped it so they could use it for tennis or basketball or whatever, I think that would be multiple striping. So, and I'm hoping that they'll still offer it to the community to use. We talked about that when I was there. They said they would open it to the other communities. They could use it for pickleball or whatever. And so I'm hoping they'll would still do that. I would ask if they still do that. As far as market rate is what the market will pay. And so they're saying that they're going to ask that, but that may not be what the market will pay. If you look at the housing market, 3 months ago, your house is worth $1 million, and today it's worth 800. So, we've lost, it's come way down. The housing market's come down. The rental rates may come down. It's what the market will pay, what the market bears. That's what a market rate is. So they can put on it, what they want to, but if nobody rents it for that price, they'll come down on their price. So I believe in the market rate. So, and I would support this. I think we've had a lot of crime over the years there, and I think that this, and police calls, sheriff calls, I think this will solve that a little bit. It'll upgrade it, and it'll be a nice place to live. They have a pool, they have tennis courts, they have, for the clients that live there, and so, and they have a manager on site, washers and dryers that are new and stuff. So I think it'd be a good place. It's a good option of a single person that needs to have a place to live that can't afford to be, more expensive apartment. So I know I have a grandson who lives with a couple, shares an apartment with a couple people. That might be an option for him, that he could live by himself and have his own place. So I'm supportive of that. Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm still supportive to some aspect, but I do want to say that when I spoke with you about, hey, where's the market at for studios and whatnot, we weren't really comparing apples to apples, and if the true studio is 850 square feet and they're paying $2,000 a month for it, your studio at 376 square feet, from a price per square footage standpoint, is a little skewed from a price per square footage standpoint. If we're saying that we're going to provide a product, and I don't know if you read the news, but Vista led the entire county of San Diego in rental increases in 2021 with 26 point some odd % over the year, all right? And if we're trying to provide affordable, housing options that we're lacking in the city of Vista, bringing something at that high price per square footage, and I got that you're at $345 per square foot if you're at $1,300 or something like that. I think we put some conditions on here that we've talked to you about today, but I do agree a little bit that these units are very, very small. They're not standard studios that you can get $2,000 per month for. So I would like to figure out, what the justification is for it. And if the justification is, hey, at $1,200 per month, this is our price per square footage, and we're having to put in fire sprinklers and extra amenities and dog runs and, whatever, extra storage. Whatever it is, this needs to be a much better benefit. Like right now, it looks like we're converting this with not a whole lot of oversight so that a developer can, make some money on having some set leases as opposed to the trouble of constantly turning over, tenants and properties. So we're definitely doing something that benefits you. So I'd like you to do something that benefits my city. And in my opinion, a $345 price per square foot is a little high. I don't dictate the market. I'm not here to put a rent cap on it. I don't think that I can, as far as my city attorney would tell you. But I do want to make sure that you feel what we're saying up here, that there is a need. And a 300 square foot apartment, studio apartment, that's it's a very small space. Like, what type of closet space do you have? It's not necessarily a home, not even necessarily like a regular studio. So, I think we need to, maybe figure that out. And we'll talk more about it as we move forward. But my option is for you to make this into an Airbnb where you charge $120 a night and you make $4,000 per unit on 75 units and you don't replace anything. So I know the other option isn't providing housing for the community. I have 3 kids that are 21, 23, and 19, okay? My 21-year-old's married and has a baby and pays $1,900 a month right now to live in a little bitty 2-bedroom guest house somewhere, which is a great deal in North San Diego County. And I know they couldn't live in this, but possibly my 19-year-old, when she gets out of college, might be able to swing something close to this value-wise. But I don't want to say that it's an option for them if we're forcing them to live in this little small unit, unless there's really a good benefit when it comes to amenities. So I just wanted to say that. I definitely agree the price per square footage is a lot. At the same token, if you're providing a product that's between $1,100 and $1,300 per month that two people can live in, that is a product that is not in Vista right now. So even though the price per square footage is very high, you probably will be at 100%, 2% vacancy rate after you list it. So, but I don't want you to be greedy, I'd rather you help Vista. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
I just want to follow up on Councilmember Green's question regarding a rent cap. And this question is for the city attorney. City attorney, would we be able to put a rent cap?
No, constitutionally, we would be depriving them of property without due process, so this would be, yes, I would say, not legally allowed.
Okay. Follow-up question to that is we've been having discussions about inclusionary housing. Would this project be exempt if there was a council majority that wanted inclusionary housing and wanted it to be retroactive?
This project be exempt? No.
We don't have an inclusionary policy at this time, so I'm not sure how we could impose it on a project that it wasn't in place at the time it was approved. I mean, I'll defer to the attorney on that.
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Connolly. I was trying to think if, what policy we would put it under, but yes, I would agree with Mr. He thought faster than I did.
Okay. Yeah, I just, at 1,500, being the maximum, and that's just something that we're talking about. I mean, that could definitely change in the future. By the time this is built, it could be 1,700. Inversely, right, like it could also go lower, but I'm not too confident that the market is going to change in favor of affordability without the city or governmental bodies stepping in. So thank you. I just had those additional questions.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
I wanted to answer staff's inquiry about the fence. I would prefer that they work with the community development director on the fence. And as long as the sports court is programmed and some rehab done to it, and you work to make it used by the residents, then I would want you to have the discretion to be able to program it accordingly. Now, this CUP, we're going to have a 1 year, we're going to have an opportunity to review it and have a report at the end of an annual period of time.
It's at the council's discretion.
So, remind me, but I believe El Cajon required that.
Yes.
Obviously, our neighbors are concerned. I think we should require that. I think we should get a report, and I think we should, so is the CUP discretionary in a year if we want to change it? Is it at this council's discretion to do that?
Typically, a CUP that's issued by the council can be modified when there are issues, problems, circumstances that arise that require it to be modified. It's typically not something that the council can come back, though, and impose additional conditions later unless there's some warranted need for it.
But could we revert to the longstanding CUP at that time if we wanted to?
No, once a CUP becomes active, the old CUP is gone. If they wanted to convert it back to a motel, they would have to come back to the council and request a new use permit.
Can we make it a 1 year review and expiration, at which point the old CUP is reinstated unless we take action to make permanent the new CUP?
So can we sunset a CUP within 1 year? Typically, no, that's not a sufficient time frame to allow them to operate before we could review it again. I've seen it done in 20-year increments, but not in one.
What about 2 years?
Yeah.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to collect at least some data and for the
So
residents.
we can certainly review it in a year and bring it back to the council and discuss its progress and what they're charging for rent and what calls for service are. And there's an ability to impose additional conditions if the applicant is willing and cooperating with us. But I don't think the council can come back in a year and say, you have to do all these new things without the applicant's participation.
Right, no, I understand that. And after visiting with the applicant today, one of the things, there are still a lot of improvements that need to be made. I think that if we do not allow the new CUP, I think there's going to be less appetite on the investors to make those improvements. There's just, improvements everywhere, primarily cosmetic, but they're important to the quality of the community that they're seeking to build there. And I really want to see you pursue those. So I'm glad that you're going to be doing that. The thing I want to leave the residents that came here tonight is our choices between the existing CUP and the new CUP, not between what the perfect use that we could imagine would be. Because as you can see, there's a diversity of opinions on this council, and it's entirely possible that if we didn't allow this investor to do it, a new owner in the future may come back and say, I'm going to level the property and I want to build 200 apartment units there. And I think you would be much less happy with that outcome than you would with this one.
Right.
So I really feel like this is the best outcome for our neighborhood. I feel like it's the outcome that guarantees that we don't have people there who are sex offenders and criminal convicts. It's going to provide longer stays than the people that were there as the Motel 6. We're going to get rid of the gang activity, the drug activity, and the prostitution activity. And that's my priority, is to eliminate those behaviors from our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further, I look for a motion. I'm seeing no further discussions.
I'll make the motion.
Close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing and to adopt the CUP as proposed by staff with the direction given tonight on the two issues by council, and including the Planning Commission's recommendations.
So the two issues being discretion on the fencing and
So that would be
the sport court.
Exhibit A, conditions J2 and J3 would be revised to what was requested by the applicant.
Acknowledged.
Also including staff's recommendations.
Okay, I'll second. So please cast your votes. That motion passes 3-2. That moves us on to our discussion items. We have 4 discussion items this evening. The first discussion item is regarding commercial cannabis cultivation social equity program. So our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, is going to provide the staff report on this.
I'll wait just a minute. Thank you, Mayor. At the June 28, 2022 City Council meeting, staff introduced ordinances to allow for up to 3 indoor commercial cannabis cultivation businesses in Area B of the Vista Business Park Specific Plan. During this discussion, City Council directed staff to include a social equity component in the application lottery process. Following the discussion, Deputy Mayor Franklin requested the item be placed on tonight's agenda. Staff reviewed local and state cannabis social equity programs and found that the programs support persons adversely impacted by prior cannabis criminalization and, consistent with state and federal law, do not consider race or other protected classes as factors for inclusion. All of the social equity programs were developed after conducting a study of local factors to determine who should be considered for inclusion in the program. The following factors were consistently present in determining who qualified for social equity programs: prior conviction or arrest of cannabis crimes, including sale, possession, use, manufacture, and cultivation, typically before November 8, 2016, when Proposition 64 was passed. Having lived in a disproportionately affected neighborhood identified by high drug arrests and low incomes for certain periods of time, typically 5 to 10 years, and household income ranging from 60% to 80% or less of the area's median income. Staff has presented 3 options in the agenda report for the council's consideration. The first is to delay the commercial cannabis cultivation application lottery until the city has had an opportunity to hire a consultant and conduct a Vista-specific social equity analysis and create a Vista-specific policy. It is anticipated that analysis would take 9 months to complete and would cost an estimated $100,000. The second option is to move forward with the lottery and include a social equity preference without conducting a Vista-specific social equity analysis. Staff would incorporate the data compiled by the Department of Cannabis Control for their Cannabis Equity Grant Program. In Vista, the Department of Cannabis Control has identified census tracts 192.06, 194.04, 195.01, 195.02, 195.03, and 199.05, the townsite area and parts of Shadow Ridge, as disproportionately impacted areas. A map illustrating those census tracts is included as Exhibit 1 in the agenda report. The city would use the same criteria as the Department of Cannabis Control's Equity Grant Program as follows. Individuals who were convicted or had an immediate family member convicted of cannabis offense before November 8, 2016, had a household income less than or equal to 60% of the local area median income, and for at least 5 years between 1980 and 2016, lived in an area disproportionately impacted by past criminal policies implementing cannabis prohibition. The third option is proceed with the application lottery without a social equity component, but to begin a social equity analysis now so the data can be used to establish future programming. The city's commercial cannabis cultivation lottery would be neutral for all persons. This is because the lottery will be established with no entry fee and no prerequisites for submitting a lottery entry. Therefore, any person can enter the lottery, and all lottery applicants will have an equal chance of being one of the 3 persons or entities selected to apply. If the city commissions its own study, a social equity program could be developed that could help guide decisions on how to spend excess cannabis revenue. This would allow the city to identify its own social equity factors and could result in the identification of additional areas or persons that would qualify for a social equity program. That completes my report. I'm available to answer any questions.
I have 4 speakers. Do I take those first? Okay. Suzanne Hume.
Hello and thank you. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the Educational Director and founder of Clean Earth for Kids. Thank you so much for the important discussions that happened earlier. Thank you so much. So, equity. I would just like to say that I definitely think that this is a topic that needs to be discussed further before just stamping it and moving on. So, when we think about equity, we think of many pieces. But what is the foundation of equity? The foundation of equity is safety. So you can't go to work or pay your rent or go to a job if you aren't feeling well, if you're not healthy, if you're not safe, if you're not well fed, right? You won't be successful. Anyway, so equity. What is equity? Many factors. So of course, from our position, cleanearthforkids.org, with all of the research that we've done on the harms of marijuana smoke, to pregnant women, to children, to youth that we know that we have visited in the hospital because of, goodness. Anyhow, what is equity? So, of course, we want people to have second chances. Of course. How can we allow people to have second chances and give them second chances outside of the marijuana industry, right? Because that just prolongs it. That just prolongs their involvement. So we absolutely 100% want second chances. We absolutely want development and help for people in low-income neighborhoods and areas that have already been subjected, right, to so many things. So what is equity? Well, I would say that pumping someone up and finding them work in this field is not the right thing to do. They've already been disadvantaged. They've already been harmed. So can we find other ways to do that? So I have a whole list of harms of marijuana. You've heard them. And Prop 65 and all of that. But I just want to say that whatever we can do to lift people out of despair, poverty, and the things that they have faced, the adversity, is what we need to do. And I think that this is not the right way to go about it. Thank you.
The next one is, it looks like John Batazoff, followed by Naeem Miller.
Good evening, City Council. So I'm John Bottle with cleaningforkids.org, and I wanted to talk specifically about equity because that is the agenda item. So decriminalization was equity. Legalization is separate. Those are two completely separate items. Legalization ends up being exploitive because that's the nature of this business. That is what its purpose is. Because what's going to happen in this program is if I am a large-scale cultivator, I'm going to drop flyers into these neighborhoods. Have you been convicted of a cannabis crime? You want to be in the cannabis business? I'll fund your business. All you have to do is put your name on it, and I'll fund it. That's how it will work. If you don't think that's how it works, go Google it, because it's happening in other cities, it's happening in other states. That's how the industry works, because they're not interested in equity. They're not interested in helping people, giving people second chances, what you guys are trying to do. This industry is selling and designing and cultivating a product that is addictive. That is its purpose. They don't care about the harm, just like big tobacco has done for generations. Its purpose is to create lifelong customers. That is what they do. I've sent all of you a variety of links about how this industry and the tobacco industry they love to use words like equity and that kind of thing to sell their product. That is not their purpose. They don't care about giving people second chances. They don't care about people of color. If you want to help people of color, if you want to help people who've been exploited, then do that. Help them start businesses. That's absolutely fantastic. We should all be doing that, every city, every county, every state. But this is not a business that's selling books or clothes or food. This is selling products to get people addicted, and it is specifically targets youth and youth of color. That is their marketing strategy. And again, I sent you lots of links. Feel free to Google it. There's a lot of organizations out there that does a lot of research on it going back for decades and decades and decades. So please be very careful with what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Naeem Miller, followed by Kelly McCormick.
Hello, my name is Naeem with cleanearthforkids.org and NAACP. To me, equity means safe neighborhoods and safe environments for people of color and all people. We all need clean air to breathe in our homes, parks, neighborhoods, and schools, and we need to feel safe around people. People on drugs don't make me feel safe. They can act different. They can act in ways that don't make me feel safe. They can cause accidents and when they are driving. Also, secondhand and third-hand smoke is toxic. There is no safe level of secondhand smoke. There is third-hand smoke, which is a chemical residue left on clothes and on smokers' skin. In Black neighborhoods, they are more exposed to these toxins. Think about how many children who goes outside to these parks around people who smoke. They can bring home second and third-hand smoke to you. Maybe you know someone who has a lung problem that you visit and check on. Having these toxic chemicals with them won't help their health. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly McCormick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly McCormick, and as a public health educator, I fully agree with what the previous speakers have said tonight. And I would like to just look at social equity from the standpoint of residents, particularly children who rely on leaders like you to help them grow up in a healthy environment. The social determinants of health include looking at the harms done from growing up near smoke shops and liquor stores, which locate disproportionately in lower-income neighborhoods. Marijuana is another predatory industry which operates with the same business model as tobacco companies and liquor stores. Developing safe and enriching after-school programs would do far more for equity and more opportunities for sports or art and other things to get children involved and keep them busy in the hours when their parents may be at work and over the weekends when they may tend to get in trouble. This city has done a lot with internships. I remember a meeting where we were also excited about the internship program. Those are the things that promote social equity. So I would ask you to turn your attention there. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers. So we're going to go to discussion here, and I start with Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff, for putting this report together. In looking at the three options that we have here, number 2 obviously looks like it's the most cost-effective option and kind of takes into what the cannabis equity program is already doing. Initially, I was really leaning towards that, but when I heard that spending the money on a study of local factors and Vista-specific equity programs could also help assist us in ways that we spend our excess cannabis revenue, I feel like that money being spent that way, the $100,000, up to $100,000 to study for an actual Vista-specific equity plan, obviously has nothing to do with race or anything like that. It's strictly just for cannabis, but I really think that the cities that have implemented probably did city-specific studies, and we should do that for our city to make sure that we're not, just taking somebody else's word for what's best for Vista. As Vista, we should figure out what's best for Vista. And then in the end, I think that study will also help assist us in what, the best ways are to, allocate the excess revenue. I think that's a great idea. So I support option 1 or option 2, but I'm leaning heavier towards option 1 because I think money is well spent that way, because it will make sure that we do it right and we don't just rubber stamp somebody else's policy. Actually do what we're supposed to do and, spend money to make sure that we're actually allocating funds properly. So that's my take on this. Thank you again, staff, for putting it together. I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Councilwoman Contreras.
I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Green. I am 100% in favor of option 1, which is doing a study. I'm actually a little bit sad because I wanted to do this, was it last year? At some point, the state had funding for us to do something like that, and we didn't take advantage of it at that point. But we have the opportunity in front of us to conduct a study that is Vista-specific, where we can have more detailed information, not only for this decision, but moving forward for something that I would really like to see. Because when we're talking about equity, it's great that we're going to have a social equity component when it comes to the 3 business license for cannabis cultivation. But really, that isn't addressing the issue of equity when it's limited to 3 individuals. To address the issue of equity, we need to be able to look at the city as a whole and be able to understand the city through the lens of inequity versus equity, so we can make appropriate decisions here in the council as to how to move forward with different solutions to improve our community well-being. So I am 100% in favor of option 1. I do want to ask, though, because I'm curious about Assembly Bill 3121. So AB 3121 is a task force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, and it's something that the state is doing. So I'm just curious to see if there's any kind of nexus legally between social equity and the task force. I actually added to this agenda item the full reparations interim report that came out this year in 2022. But I am curious to see if there's a legal nexus where social equity can take into consideration some of the findings in this report, and if there's any ability to pursue some of the possible solutions when it comes to long historical inequities that unfortunately continue to this day. So I don't know, City Attorney, if you are able to answer that portion of my question.
Off the top of my head, I think it's sort of apples and oranges because on the reparations, they're looking at damages. So they're not looking to affirmatively help in a certain way beyond just paying damages. But again, I haven't looked at the specifics of AB 30-121's in study, but off the top of my head, I would say there is a difference in what they're trying to accomplish and what you're trying to accomplish with social equity.
Sure, okay. I might be the only one on the council who would provide this direction, but I would be interested in understanding a little bit more, if there's any ability for us to really take to heart AB 3121. I think it's a long time coming, but I would, for one, want to know a little bit more specific information, but I understand where you're coming from.
And I will look at it and we can talk one-on-one about it.
Perfect.
If need to, we can bring it back to council.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, and thank you to Kathy for presenting this. And I am also preferring of option 1, but I do have a question. If we choose option 1 and, delay basically our opportunity to begin cannabis cultivation and opt for a study at $100,000, would we then be able to use the data as if we're in option 3? So use that information from the study to inform how we may want to spend our cannabis tax revenue?
Yeah, so the study could be used for both, the lottery process as well as how you spend the money. Absolutely.
Okay, so it sounds like 1 is the most thorough option, where not only do we have our own analysis, not necessarily one that's coming from outside of the city, but we also can use it for the cannabis cultivation, lottery, or application process, as well as how we're going to spend those tax revenues. So I prefer that because it is the most thorough option. And like we've reflected on in previous meetings, seeing that this is an issue that's affected community members who have, faced life-altering experiences of incarceration or apprehension from law enforcement because of these substances at a previous time, I think it's just a really delicate thing to consider, and I would definitely want our city to invest in our own information. That said, this kind of gets my wheels turning of other equity issues that we might see in the community that we might want more information on. So if we could have the ability to have as much, of a thorough investigation, as broad of a study as possible with this $100,000, that could possibly help us, have that data to use in different ways throughout our city. So I would be a fan of number 1, and yes, thanks.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Yes.
I think I was on the schedule.
I think I just skipped over, because you were there before, and then it was her. So
Yeah, I put it in real quick.
sorry, I didn't notice that.
No, I know, it's okay. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take my position here.
Please.
I just wanted to, because there hasn't been a motion offered yet, so I wanted to offer a motion to accept Number 1, which is delay the commercial cannabis cultivation application lottery until the city has had an opportunity to hire a consultant to conduct a Vista-specific social equity analysis and create a Vista-specific policy. That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for staff. We have the designated disproportionately impacted areas of Vista as identified by the Department of Cannabis Control, presumably using the public data that's available to the state of California, which is the governmental entity that would have been prosecuting crimes of these kinds. Vista's a relatively small community geographically, and looking at the map from the Department of Cannabis Control, it seems to me that those are probably the areas that are likely impacted. So my question is, what additional information other than this publicly available information would we expect to receive for $100,000?
So the Department of Cannabis Control data was based on county arrests and convictions, and then the actual low income was specific to the city of Vista. So we would be looking to ask for Vista-specific arrest information, which might identify some additional areas or give us some more information about who would qualify. So that'd be one of the issues.
Well, and I said the state prosecutes, but I actually misspoke. The state doesn't prosecute, the county does. The county district attorney is a county employee, and point of fact, the state is, the court belongs to the state, the prosecutor is a county employee. So and the county also affects arrests here in Vista. So they're the ones who affect the arrests, they're the ones who prosecute. So we're going to be, for $100,000, there's nothing additional that we would expect other than the production of publicly available information, which is already printed in our packets in front of us now?
Well, it'd be more specific to Vista, but I think we'd also rely on the consultant to provide us with additional information about what we should look at. The studies that were done in the other cities were quite inclusive, and we can look at those and provide some direction to a consultant about what we want them to look at.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know, what we're going to get for $100,000. Are we going to have another opportunity as a council to review an RFP for this study?
If that's your desire, yeah. And we can look at
city
including
manager's spending
additional.
authority, so I assume the RFP would have to come back and be perfected, would it not?
No, not necessarily, but if the council wants to see the RFP before it goes out, you could certainly provide us that direction.
Well, I'm curious what there's $100,000 that we could use to serve the community, and we've got the data here. So I'm curious, maybe we could just say right now what we'd like to see included in the study. What would the product of the study be, and how would it benefit our residents, so that we could have some more information when considering voting on the motion.
Deputy Mayor Franklin, if I can add, one of the benefits of the study is if Vista undergoes its own study, we would actually know how the data was arrived at. Right now, by using the DCC data, we are basically using hearsay data. If anyone were to challenge it and ask us how did we arrive at those conditions, we would have to say, well, we just copied the DCC. So we don't actually have our own individual basis for believing that to be correct. We believe the DCC factors to be correct, but we ourselves did not conduct that analysis. And so if the DCC doesn't share that data with us, the underlying
So you
data,
don't think the state of California's data would hold up in court as reasonable for us to rely upon?
I believe it would, but we don't. But also we haven't checked it. We haven't double checked it, or we don't know what variables they used, how they defined their criteria. We just know the outcome. And they just said town site and part of Shadow
We have a
Ridge.
crime prevention team that's part of our deputy sheriff's contingent. Perhaps do they have access to this information about past arrests?
I'm sure they probably do. You have an analyst, crime analyst, look up.
Maybe they could prepare a report on the publicly available information or the information available to the sheriff's department at no charge to us or at the cost of the salaries that we're currently paying. And they could present that information to us, and then rather than paying anybody to produce that information, we could then have a council discussion about what this $100,000 would be to acquire in terms of information above and beyond the information that's available to us for free through the sheriff's department. Maybe the sheriff's captain could let us know whether or not he has access to such data without great expense. Captain, do you think we could ask you the answer to that question? So while you're making your way down, Captain, specifically, I'm asking if you, sir, have access to the history of arrests for certain cannabis-related crimes that would have occurred in the last, let's say, decade or maybe 5 years or whatever time period the council's interested in.
It would be prior to 1996.
Prior to 1996.
Oh, 2016,
Prior
I'm
to
sorry.
2016.
1996 was when the cannabis rules went into play. 2016.
We have access to records as far back as 7 years, so there's some information that we could provide.
So in your police professional estimation, where do you think that DCC or a group that we would hire, where would they go to find this information? Would they pull court data?
I'm not too sure where they're getting their information from. I would
Okay.
assume it's public information.
Got it.
Maybe some sort of public information request.
No, I appreciate that. Must be from the courts, conviction records. I'm guessing those are the durable records that would remain past arrest records.
I would assume so.
Yeah, okay. Maybe the district attorney's office would have some of that. I'm just saying, maybe we want to look into what data is available to us for free before we pay somebody $100,000. We always want to pay $100,000 to this person, that person. But maybe we could just ask somebody that we're already paying and they give it to us for free. But then if there's more that we want to study and we have specific questions that we can write out, and I'm intellectually curious to know what some of those questions will look like. And then maybe we want to hire an academic researcher to answer those questions, but to just give $100,000 to somebody and we can't even say what the question is we want them to necessarily answer. I just like to hear some of those questions before we assign such a large amount of money to answer them. So I'd make a motion.
A substitute motion?
No, it's not. There's no second for the existing motion, so this is another motion that could potentially receive a second to go with option number 2.
Okay, Councilmember Green, sorry. I was busy reading option 2 again.
No, sorry, I didn't know that was the full motion there. So I completely understand what Councilmember Franklin's saying, and I agree as far as I don't want to frivolously spend $100,000 if I don't have to, because why would I just give somebody $100,000 for data that we can have? We do have, 200 plus employees here at the city of Vista, and some of them may be data gathering, specialists per se. So it would be really cool, I think, as Council or Deputy Mayor Franklin said, is that if we could use some of the resources we have before committing to allocate $100,000 makes a lot of sense. One of the things that I do think that this Vista-specific social equity, study will do is, number one, like Walter said, it is going to basically say that, hey, we looked into the data on our own, we didn't rely on anybody else, and we did actually have staff do it. Now, our staff may be able to do that without paying $100,000 and verify that information. So if the only reason why we're doing the specific study is to say that we verified that the information was correct, and that can be done for free, that makes sense to not spend $100,000. The only reason why I'm agreeing with $100,000 is because it sounded like that's what it costs to get the study done. And in reality, it kind of sounds like we might be able to have it done for cheaper than that if a lot of the data that you're trying to research is already here. I do think that the social equity study needs to actually poll Vistans and people in these communities from their perspective on, what was the biggest challenge that they had growing up because of this, and what would you like to see the funds generated from the city of Vista use to help prevent future, setbacks from this industry, and what type of education do you think would keep kids from entering this industry, and, just different type of prevention things, and then also from the other side of the table, like as somebody who was convicted, like what was the big setback? How did it disproportionately affect you? Were you, dishonorably discharged from the military? Did you lose a city job? Did you, what was it? So I think getting that information will let us know the customers and the residents that we're serving a little bit better, and just let us know that, hey, we're doing the right thing with these funds. So mine wasn't so much as far as like, hey, I feel like the data you're going to get for who is disproportionately affected the most is going to be there, because that's, court data, and it's driven based off of the other city of Los Angeles and different equity studies. So I think a lot of the data is going to be there, but I do agree with my council members over here that we need to also have a little bit more perspective. I don't just want the perspective of just the San Diego County Sheriff's Department of what, who's been affected by cannabis. I'd like to actually kind of get into that a little bit and say, hey, those of you affected by cannabis, what do you think and how we should do this? And that's kind of what the whole equity component is making sure that everybody has a seat at the table. As you know, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, my friend. So I feel like this particular study would help get everybody to the table and make sure that with such a big decision as adding a, cannabis equity component, which could be added in the future by other councils, that it's done 100% completely right. So I kind of agree with both of your motions. I don't feel like either one of them is secondable, quite frankly, because I think blanketing $100,000, number and putting a number on that without knowing what we get for that number is a little irresponsible. So yes, ma'am, Mrs. Valdez, you were going to say something.
I was going to say that the amount was just an estimate. Obviously, we would do our research. That was based on how much the other cities paid for theirs. And granted, they had a grant to do it.
Yeah.
And so it was actually a little bit higher. We reduced that amount. But you wouldn't be committing to the 100,000. We would do some further research to see what the cost would be. And you would obviously approve any contract that was put out for that.
Okay, so I do want to make sure that, in addition, this is what I would like to do, is I think that we approve, I'd like to offer a substitute motion, and my substitute motion would
There's no second on this one, is there?
No. Oh, a new motion. Dang, thanks, Robert's Rules of Order. I appreciate it. So my motion would be that we approve option number 2, spending up to that amount. However, before we approve any amount to be spent, the RFP would be discussed and approved by the council.
You mean option number 1?
Option number 1, yes. Sorry, I meant option number 1. Strike that from the record, city clerk. There you go. So option number 1, with the caveat that what the RFP is, with the questions, will come back to the council before we actually write the check for that. And I think that hopefully that will be acceptable. But it's option 1, just with a little oversight from the council.
Councilmember Contreras. Do you want to make another one?
I'm here to make a 100th motion. No, I'm just kidding. So I, just even doing a quick search of different cannabis equity reports, the most recent that I could find that may be some kind of related to Vista is the city of San Diego. It looks like it came out July 1st, 2022, but this seems like a lot more involved than what we have staff available to do. We already, in my opinion, don't have enough staff to do regular course of business, and $100,000 or $150,000, take it from the cannabis. Take it from our cannabis fund. It really isn't that much money, right? Just even looking at the table of contents here for first of all, it's a 438-page report, so there's no way I'm going to be able to read that all right now. But I just want to preview the table of contents because that always gives a good idea. So, they have the executive summary, whatever. But there's a whole chapter on equity analysis, right? Introduction, methodology, which I think is really important, right? To figure out how we get to certain conclusions, how we receive data, any biases in data, all that is part of scope when you're looking at methodology. And then there's key findings, there's a cannabis market analysis, there's an equity assessment, and then there's a subchapter of city's efforts to address inequity. And then chapter 3 called community feedback, which I think Councilmember Green kind of hit on this. There's listening sessions, community feedback analysis, desired cannabis equity criteria, City of San Diego Cannabis Equity Survey. And then chapter 4 is best practices, and it looks at Oakland, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Long Beach, Sacramento, initiatives in other states. Then there's a summary for it. And then chapter 5 is primary barriers. Chapter 6, preliminary recommendations. And this is actually pretty cool. They have a short term, 1 to 6 months, a medium term, 6 to 18 months, and a long term, which is 18 plus months. So that's a lot. I am totally, I think we have a staff that is extraordinarily capable for doing this, but at what point are we spending more than $100,000 on staff's time to do this and needing to contract out other services because we just don't have enough manpower to do that? I actually see where Councilmember Green is going with his motion. I appreciate that it is looking at option 1 because I think that's, when it's all said and done, that's the best option. I really want to be able to utilize that data. It's going to be in the public record, and it will be able to be utilized for other purposes. I was hoping that there would have been a second for my motion that is just taking number 1 and just going with it. But in the case that there has already been 2 motions and no second, I find Councilmember Green's motion acceptable, if I understand it correctly, which is to utilize the information available to us at no cost. But then there's like a little caveat about that, no cost. What does that actually mean? Right? Are we talking about staff time? Because that has a cost to it. So maybe that's a legal question. If we say no cost, what does that mean?
I think I'm interpreting it as no additional cost above and beyond the typical salaries of the city staff and the city costs.
Okay. And so the motion is to accept number 1 and to gather as much information as possible at no cost. Do I have the motion correct? My understanding of it?
You do, but can I add something? I think what you pointed out from the City of San Diego study, this analysis, what we're looking for a legal perspective, is something akin to a CEQA report. We are looking for experts in the field who can stand up in court and say, I have this background and I pulled this data, I analyzed this data. So they're writing narratives, they're writing everything. They're giving you basically the foundation in order to give you the conclusions. So from DCC, what we're seeing are conclusions, and you're kind of asking us just to go spot check their data and say, okay, their conclusions are right. And that is a possibility, because I think the state does do things correctly most of the time, but not all the time. But if we're doing our own report, what we're actually looking for is more like akin to a CEQA report. There would be a lot of narratives, and then it would be basically with expert statisticians, mathematicians, topographers, and they would come back and say, I am an expert in this field, and this is how I arrived at it. So,
And
Okay.
as you alluded to, we do not have the staff expertise to be able to pull off a report like that.
Right. So how much additional information outside of what would be presented in a thorough analysis by getting a contractor that is well-versed in this. I mean, what are we actually looking at? Because I think, what happened was we heard arrests and we went with that, like if it was the only thing that this report was going to analyze, which if that were true, then I would say, yeah, like let's just totally not waste any money. But I feel like the scope is much bigger than just arrests.
So if I can make a suggestion, I don't know if it helps the council or not, but if the 100,000 was a guesstimate based on what we had kind of just inferred from seeing others, but maybe it's better if we actually as staff go out and get, kind of some quotes for a Vista specific study and let you as a council know exactly what the prices are so that we're not talking. 'Cause I also don't want it to say 100,000, you have a long discussion and you finally come to an agreement and then it comes back at 150,000. Then
Sure.
It's not going to work very well for anybody. So I think it's probably, reasonable for us to go out and get some quotes for you and to bring it back and let you know exactly what it would cost for that. So then you can make a better informed decision.
Does the motion on the floor capture that, or does it need to be amended?
The motion on the floor was to bring back the RFP for council review. And
So
I
it's
think
different.
it's a little different because what you're doing is you're writing out the project that, you're writing out the proposal that you want bids for. So I think I'm suggesting maybe giving you some informal information before an RFP or before, any type of contract is entered into, so you have a better understanding of what the cost could be.
Okay, so I guess I would not be able to second the motion on the floor and would have to make the 6,000th motion. So I propose the motion that we accept item 1, however, that we receive more information as to what this report is going to look like and what it's going to actually review and the cost. At a different council meeting, we can review that and then provide more direction. So that would be my motion. Thank you.
I'd second that. Yes. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, City Attorney, for that suggestion. I think it captures a lot of our concerns because I would support having some management over, not only seeing the cost, but also being able to provide preference for questions or just different ways of analysis. So if I could just submit a question or concern now. One of my questions in this equity conversation is, of those family members who were designated as being disproportionately impacted, how were their children impacted, such as through loss of economic means, loss of education, grief, or loss of a parent due to incarceration, or any other issues that may impact a child's well-being? So I'm not sure if that's included in what is just the county information provided to us in the staff report. So I'm very supportive of going forward with option 1 and being able to, have a competitive comparison of the costs, and also be able to have, community input and our council input on some critical, thoughtful questions and analysis. So I am ready for voting for that.
Deputy Mayor. Oh, yeah, Deputy Mayor.
As we're reaching out to these firms, could we ask them for a letter of proposal explaining what they would expect to produce in exchange for this sum of money? Maybe a page or two?
I think what we can get from them is just based on the size of our city and other reports that they've done is give us an expected amount that we might see if we did float an RFP. I'm not sure that they're going to give us a formal proposal before we go through the RFP process.
So will we go through the RFP process on this if we pass this motion?
If we come back and provide you information, then and we get the direction, we would go out with an RFP for this. We could survey, and I believe what Mr. Chung was saying was we could survey firms just to get a better understanding of what that cost is, so you know what the final figure might be closer to, and not just an estimate of $100,000.
Okay, apologies, I've lost track of the motion that's before us. Could the maker of the motion restate it?
Yes, the motion is to accept recommendation number 1. However, to have the item returned back to council with information as to the scope of this report, which includes but is not limited to the cost of the study.
And Deputy Mayor Franklin, to your point, I think anyone who's going to give us a quote would be able to point out samples of studies or analysis they've done, so you can see what they would include or what kind of work product they have generated in the past for this kind of sum of money.
But the difference between your motion and Councilman Green's is that you don't want to see the RFP?
I think the direction provided to staff with my motion is sufficient to have a understanding of what it is that we're going to be paying for. So whatever, whatever the outcome is, I believe that the council will be provided with sufficient information to make a decision on this item in a future council meeting.
And then if you did provide us that direction to go forward, then we would go out with an RFP and then solicit the proposals and then award a contract.
And there might be several bids or something that tell us different things.
But under the motion as it's worded right now, staff wouldn't anticipate bringing the RFP back to the council?
Not at this time. We would bring back information and some sample costs or anticipated costs, and then if the city council directed us to go forward, we would go forward with an RFP. The council at that point in time could direct us to bring the RFP back if they really wanted to.
Very good. Thank you.
So seeing no more buttons pushed, we will ask for the vote, please. That motion passes unanimously. Yay. Moving on to our second discussion item. Our next item is regarding the pesticides and chemicals used in city parks and streets. Councilmember Melendez requested this item, am I saying the right thing? Be placed on the agenda, so I'll give her the floor. Yeah, this is the right one.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, got it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to city staff for working on this item with me. We have some details about our current chemical products used in our parks. And thank you to Suzanne Hume and all the great faces and members of Clean Earth for Kids. It has been very eye-opening and helpful to have your support in this item coming before the City Council. So now that we have Kuna available for being able to provide a little bit of information about our chemicals used, I do want to just start with having a basic recommendation to pursue what is called an integrated pest management program. So this is where we look at all sorts of mitigations before applying pesticides. I provided some minutes from a meeting that I had with Clean Earth for Kids in the packet, and they were really helpful in educating me about what an IPM is and letting me know that we don't currently have one at the City of Vista. They also provided a lot of information about the health risks associated with pesticide use and chemicals that the city is currently using, and some of the concerns regarding everything from cancer, endocrine disruption, and lung health and many, many other concerns. And I also received a lot of feedback from residents who emailed me and texted me and, I know emailed our council and let them know, hey, we support an integrated pest management plan, something that is going to be a tiered process where we're not just applying certain chemicals as a preventative, and we're not, seeing a weed or a pest and immediately applying a carcinogenic chemical, but instead we can have a more holistic approach using more natural, non-toxic products, right? But even before that, assessing the area, could we utilize different biological controls? Could we introduce more native species? Could we try to have a more integrated approach? So I'm still learning a lot about how our city could apply an IPM in order to be effective based on staff time, based on the chemicals available, based on the different topographies and areas that we have in our city, and what strategy is going to be beneficial in what area. So I mostly want to have a conversation with our council and with the public and hear from them about their suggestions, and with staff to talk about, okay, what direction should we take? Because I see from the public, from the community, there is definitely a will for us to have a more holistic strategy when it comes to pest management, when it comes to herbicides and weeds and that kind of thing, while still making sure our, community is safe from pests, that it's beautiful, and that all of our health needs are addressed as well. So with that, I would encourage you to look at the packet that was included. There's a graphic on the middle part of it before the emails, and you can see a little chart of what is IPM, and get a sense of how an integrated pest management program is a tiered approach that is just going to be more balanced, more transparency, and is going to prioritize health and safety. Because ultimately, from my belief, from the studies that I've read, from the conversations I've had with these community members, there is a true risks associated with pesticides, herbicides, and other chemical products. Whether that be risks to children with immune systems that are still developing, whether that be a risk to individuals that are on antibiotics or going through cancer treatment, or who are, have other health compromising health conditions. Our park should be a solace for people where they can go to, feel healthy. And a lot of people in our community elect to eat organic, right? And they buy organic food only to go to our parks, not knowing that a lot of the chemicals they might avoid in their food are being sprayed in our parks, right? So there's a lot of, I'm sure this isn't going to be the first conversation that we have, but if we'd be willing to entertain a conversation about an IPM and having more information available from the city, I think that would go a really long way to, pursuing this goal of having a really healthy community. So with that, I definitely want to hear from members of the public who want to speak, and thank you so much for entertaining this conversation. I think it's going to be really beneficial in the long run.
And Mayor and Council, as you alluded to, Councilmember Melendez, our Public Works Director, Kuna Mutusami, is here, and he can answer questions if there are questions about the applications that we use. And we're here to listen as well. And if you would like to give us further direction at the end, we're happy to research anything that you want.
Okay, so I have speakers. You want to hear speakers first? Okay. So we'll start with Kelly McCormick, followed by John Botteroff.
Hello, Kelly McCormick. For the protection of people, pets, and the environment that we all share, I ask you to adopt the Integrated Pest Management Plan. This approach to pest control is earth-friendly and is being used by a number of other North County cities, including Carlsbad, Encinitas, and Oceanside. Synthetic pesticides do not kill only the unwanted insects, they also kill endangered bees, harm butterflies, birds, pets, and other animals going up the food chain. These pesticides contaminate the soil and water and pose a danger to people who visit parks and properties, particularly children, pregnant women, and those with other health concerns. Approving this measure would help to make Vista healthier for all of us. Thank you.
John? And then followed by John will be, hold on, he's up. Will be Naeem Miller. Naeem.
Good evening, City Council. My name is John Bodorf with CleanEarthForKids.org, and I'm here tonight to ask you to protect the children and families of Vista from toxic pesticides. Please implement a non-toxic integrated pest management plan like Malibu, Oceanside, Carlsbad, Irvine, Encinitas, and many other cities. I've emailed all of you a number of links with information about IPMs and pesticides. Pesticides are poison. They are designed to kill. That is their purpose. It's not enough to just replace one poison with another poison. Legal does not mean safe. We need to control pests in other ways, and this has been done in a lot of other cities. Right now, I want to talk about the two pesticides listed by staff in their report, Ranger Pro and Dimension. The main ingredient in Dimension is dithiopyr, which is very toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. It is also suspected of being a reproductive toxin and causes damage to organs through prolonged or repeated exposure. Then there is glyphosate, the main ingredient in Ranger Pro. As part of their $11 billion settlement, Monsanto-Bayer will stop selling glyphosate-based herbicides in U.S. stores in 2023. They settled because it's directly linked to 17 types of blood cancer, like non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Glyphosate was listed as causing cancer under Prop 65 in 2017. It's also been linked to liver disease at ultra-low doses. There is also a study showing heavy metals like arsenic, chromium, cobalt, lead, and nickel, which are known to be toxic and endocrine disruptors, were found in glyphosate-based herbicides. Then a study just released at the end of July shows glyphosate crosses the blood-brain barrier and increases the risk of neurological diseases. On top of all the studies showing the toxicity of glyphosate-based herbicides, there is the deception and lying from Monsanto. During the lawsuit that resulted in the $11 billion settlement, it was shown in court that Monsanto ghost-wrote favorable studies, interfered with regulators, set up a fake academic website to defend glyphosate, and attacked scientists and journalists who disagreed with them. Legal is not safe. The best way to protect Vista families and children is to stop using pesticides, all pesticides. Please move forward with a non-toxic IPM like the City of Malibu. Thank you.
Naeem Miller. He's followed by Suzanne Hume.
Hello, my name is Naeem Miller with Clean Earth for Kids and NAACP. Please stop pesticides in the parks and on city lands in Vista. Pesticides seriously threaten public health and the community, birds and pollinators, wildlife and water, and public lands. Exposure to pesticides can make you ill, and some products have been linked to cancer and neurological problems in children. We all need clean air and safe places to live, learn, and play. Many cities have an IPM, or integrated pest management plan in our area. The children and people of Vista should be safe too. Pesticides are chemicals and other substances that kill unwanted insects, plants, fungi, and animals. Pesticides are harmful and can cause skin, eye, lung irritation, hormone disruption, brain and nervous system toxicity, cancer, blood and nerve disorders, birth defects, and reproductive effects. Pesticides can drift miles into the air. They can change form and volatilize in the air. Pesticides can get on people's clothes, skins, backpacks, etc., and get into our water. The US only bans 15 pesticides. China bans 51, and the UK bans 175. Pesticides are a racial, social, climate, and environmental issue because a majority of our farm workers and people exposed to pesticides are people of color and low-income people who work on farms, live near farms, or in apartments that just spray pesticides often without needing them. We need to stop man-made pesticides made of chemicals and pesticides. The city of Vista must pass an IPM, or Integrated Pest Management Plan. We have free resources and examples of cities and school districts that do not use toxic synthetic man-made pesticides on our website, cleanearthforkids.org, Team 5. We have videos of landscape professionals and people using only natural ingredients for healthy soil and healthy plants, trees, grass, and butterflies and birds. Soils that are free of pesticides and man-made chemicals are healthier.
Naeem, your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Suzanne Hume, followed by Carol Jeffries.
How fabulous is Naeem? So fabulous. Anyway, so thank you, Naeem and John and Kelly McCormick and everybody in the city that wrote in, and you guys, and Councilmember Melendez and Councilmember Contreras for your calls. Thank you and your work on this issue. So yes, let's make a change. I'm so excited to be here. We've talked about this, and I started on Clean Earth for Kids because I was poisoned by pesticides. Sadly, had to sell my home, all of that. But I don't want to go there. What I want to say is that from that, I worked really hard, and here we are now. So that's something beautiful. So okay. So as John said, it's a huge liability for the city. I mean, 17 lymphoma. I didn't even know there were so many different kinds of lymphoma before I started studying this. So yeah, I mean, that's a no-brainer. That's today. If I was the city attorney or worked in public works or was the director, you better believe that's the first thing that I would do to protect the city of Vista from lawsuits, because that will happen. Anyway, so, but you just can't switch it out, right? And have, another toxic pesticide. That's not going to work. As Naeem said so well, talking about man-made synthetic pesticides, no, we don't need that. And how do we know? Because it's working in so many other cities. The city of Malibu doesn't allow residents to use pesticides either, and it was approved by the Coastal Commission because we proved that pesticides are toxic and harmful and harm water. So the Coastal Commission allowed the city of Malibu to supersede, to go above state law, to protect the coastal resources, to protect what is ours, our treasures, right? Our kids, our parks, our resources, and not have it all destroyed with people that are sick. So I can talk about the harms of pesticides firsthand. Sorry. It wakes me up every night. Well, maybe not every night, but most nights. Because I think about how lucky I am to be able to have moved away from where pesticides are being sprayed. But I feel so guilty for the people that remain. So we've done a ton of research and we're ready to help. So there's great examples. We have videos on our, like Naeem said, we have videos of all of these landscapers. And there's tricks, right? You don't have to make everything look perfect on all sides. You do the front piece. There's so many things that we can do. We don't have to use synthetic pesticides. The children of Vista deserve what the children of Malibu have and everybody else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Carol Jeffries, and followed by Kathleen Moscato.
Hiya. Thank you so much for bringing this up. It's been a worry of mine for a long time. I would just like to see everybody do their homework a little bit about, especially glyphosate. There's a 20-minute video on YouTube called Farmer's Footprint, and it's pretty eye-opening. It's just about the reality of glyphosate and what it's done to our farming communities, and it's astounding and it's devastating. And we shouldn't be using, it's Roundup. We shouldn't be using it in our public spaces. We shouldn't be using it in our lawns. I mean, it's not even supposed to be for homeowner use, I mean, initially. It kills the microbiome, and it sickens people and animals. We can live with weeds. I mean, I think this is a little bit of a ridiculous fight we're fighting here. I think we need to shift the way that we think about landscaping, and we need to start practicing regenerative agriculture, not agriculture, but just regenerative growing and thinking about our community. Because the more that we kill the microbiome, the less carbon is sequestered in our soil. It's all connected. It's all connected, guys. It's all connected. So we can't think about these things as separate issues. This is the health of our soil, our community, our atmosphere, our climate, our world, and we need to start making better decisions as a community. So I would love to see the integrative pest management and as well as some workshops for our homeowners who are gardening and poisoning things in their yards, and we just need a mind shift, minds about all of this stuff. Maybe that sounds a little woo-woo for you, but it's real. It's real. So educate yourself. You're a public servant. 20 minutes of your time, you can watch that little video. And remember, we're the climatic wonderland here in Vista.
Thank you. We are. Kathleen Moscato.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Moscato, and 25 years ago, my husband and I chose to become City of Vista residents, and 22 years ago, we had our first child. If I had known about the dangers around pesticides 22 years ago, I wouldn't have taken my son to the parks for the hours and hours and hours and weeks that I did with play groups, because it's just not safe for them to crawl around on all the chemicals and substances that are put in our parks. And I am hoping that in the next 10 years or 15 years, if I'm lucky enough to be a grandmother, that I will feel comfortable enough to bring my grandchildren to the parks and not have to go to Irvine or go to Malibu or go someplace else. And like City Council member Katie Melendez said, I hear you all the time. You want to bring new families to Vista. You want people to have their homes and create their legacies here in this wonderful city. And we can't do it if we're poisoning our children and our grandchildren. So I think the IPM is a great place to start, and I think there's a lot of places to go after that. And I was so excited to see it put on the discussion for tonight that I showed up. So thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of our speakers, so I guess I'll turn it back to Karina Contreras.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Melendez, for bringing this forward. And thank you to the public for all your comments, enlightened words, and recommendations. I am 100% in favor of an integrated pest management based approach here in the city of Vista. Not only am I in favor of IPM, I am in favor of removing synthetic fertilizers. I'm in favor of more robust biannual or triannual water quality monitoring, which will monitor some of the toxic substances that we currently are not monitoring. I am in favor of not utilizing toxic roticide. So the list can go on and on and on because there's so much to tackle in this arena of caring for our green spaces. And I do want to give a shout out to someone who probably won't ever hear this, but he came to a meeting one time recently, and I see him taking care of City of Vista property and weeding it by hand, and that's Mr. Steve McLean, I believe his name is. But, you know, we can't rely on regular citizens to be able to have time in their day to help us with a non-toxic way of removing weeds. So I think that integrated pest management system, it definitely is the beginning. And like I said, I have a list of things that I would want to hear, you know, how we can get to more holistic and regenerative ways of keeping our spaces green and keeping them safe, not only for people, but for pets, for pollinators, for birds. And we also have to remember that when we utilize toxic substances, and there's a lot more information now, right? Like, we didn't have a ton of information before, but you know, the evidence is very conclusive that these are toxic. You know, my family, you know, started here in the city of Encinitas on my mom's side, and they were agricultural workers, and unfortunately, a lot of them were exposed to very toxic substances. And unfortunately, I have a high amount of older relatives who have severe complications and have passed away from Parkinson's, which is something that is directly linked to some of these substances. So, you know, it's something that I've had to see personally, and that I know a lot of folks have had to you know, see their family members, their loved ones, their friends really just go through a tremendous transformation that weakens their ability, but you know, traps these individuals in their bodies, and they still are able to think, but they don't have function, and it's neurological issues. So yeah, I'm, you know, 100% in favor of an IPM, and I want to do more than just that. That's all my comments for now. I want to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Back to me. I'm almost starting to get a little bit emotional hearing everybody's stories and just, you know, the kind of invisible risks that we see in our community. And I know that we use these products in the city of Vista because they are effective, they're more affordable, and we've been doing the best that we can. And, you know, to direct this conversation a little bit, I do want to make a motion that we as a council direct staff to come back to us with a proposed integrated pest management program. There's a great example program that's been provided by Clean Earth for Kids. The city of Oceanside and the city of Carlsbad also have IPMs that we could, you know, utilize as reference. So my motion would be to direct staff to, you know, gather the pieces necessary to draft an IPM and bring it back in front of this city council so that we can decide on a Vista-oriented plan that's really going to work for us. You know, outside of that, what was made available through staff for this discussion was a little bit of information about herbicides, but I still don't have information about certain pesticides and other chemicals that we use, and so I would like that information to be provided. I know that there are a lot of you know, time constraints when it comes to getting the agenda out to the public, and so I am totally understanding of that, but you know, with an IPM, I think we can expect that one of the kind of tenets of having an integrated pest management plan is to have the transparency, like knowing when the application is occurring so that people can make mindful choices about when they go to the park. So because that information in its thoroughness wasn't provided to us at this time, I would like to see that come before us next time when we get to discuss, what is it truly that we're currently using to its full extent? What are the schedules for that? And how can we make an IPM work in Vista? So I really appreciate all the comments, and I look forward to hearing from everyone else. Thanks.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I do have a 22-year-old daughter that has a grandkid now, little Blair. And Grandma Jen and I actually talked about this item on the agenda because when we had kids, nobody told us, right? Like, we took them to the park all the time. I mean, even as a kid, if you laid on the grass with your shirt off, you itch. You can't roll around in regular grass. And I just thought that was normal. It's not normal. It's all connected and together. So number one, first thing I want to do, so thank you guys so much for being here tonight. And thanks for bringing this forward because my wife hates Monsanto and, Roundup, boo. Okay, so let's get that on the record. But what I'd like to know from you, Kuna, is you are the man in charge of public works. You got our public works team at the park doing all the work and stuff like that. Number one, how much of this chemical exposure, like when is it done? Who's around? Have we had any issues? Like, it's just and we may not, but I want to hear what you say from that. Lots of questions.
I have read all the emails and all the reports which have been provided to me. I understand the passion, I understand, the interest and all that, and I appreciate it very much. I've shared it with staff. But I would also like to say that the approach which is used by the city, it is a tiered approach. The first alternative is not chemicals. Okay, so wherever we look at the situation, if there is weeds, we try to use the organic method first. Okay, so can we remove it by hand? Or is it possible to remove it by hand and then also to mulch the area? If you look at the entire city for the past, maybe 4 to 5 years, we have used actually tons of mulch in all landscape area, and usually these mulch are provided by, it is provided for free by our landscape contractors or by EDCO, or sometimes we purchase, like if you look at City Hall, all the areas have been mulched. Actually, we have removed all the grasses and put mulch because it serves various purposes. We don't want to waste water on plants which are not necessary. And then also, but we are moving and from plants to trees because we want to build an urban forest in the city. If you look at the past, I think about 4 or 5 years, we have planted about 600 trees plus. Okay, so how does this help, the use of chemicals or the eradication of weeds? As we plant more trees, just below the canopy, and we place mulch or we place other materials, and there's less need, for weed removal. As I mentioned earlier about the tiered approach, so the first approach is to remove weeds by hand, or to mow it down, or to weed it down. And then also, is there some organic methods which can be used? The least preferred method is the chemical method. And our staff it is very limited. It is also used, very carefully, and we follow all the guidelines. And also, we have to report to the state all the chemicals which we use, and it's applied by staff who have been trained and certified by the state. Okay, so that's how we use chemicals. But it is true that we use, glyphosate or Ranger Pro and also another chemical, but in the parks, I would say chemical use, it is very, very limited. It is not used in areas which are frequented by the public because there is no need for chemicals there. So where we use chemicals is for the removal of weeds in the landscape area in the shoulders of streets or in State Route 78 because and for me, State Route 78, all the interchanges are the corridors to the city, the 5 cities. So when you find weeds on the ramp, it's not a welcoming sight to our public or to our residents, to our visitors. As we discussed with Caltrans, and Caltrans uses chemicals in the control of weeds, but unfortunately, Caltrans, does not have the resources, to remove weeds in the ramps continuously. So we do it on behalf of ramps. If you look at all our ramps, there's a big change from what it was about 3 or 4 years ago. But we spray. It is the only way to remove weeds from the ramp. We cannot put individuals, who are using and like weed eaters in the ramp because it's a danger for them in safety-wise and so on. So it is this area where we use chemicals, but staff are very careful. And then also the way we apply and the vicinity of the places, if they are close to school, if it's a windy day, it's a hot day, and they are all regulations, which we follow very carefully. But I would also like to reiterate, I understand the passion, I understand the science, and, I agree with a lot of this reasoning. I've read the IPMs, which have been forwarded to us. I was just talking, to Oceanside today. I was also talking to some folks in Los Angeles. I've spoken, to almost all the cities in San Diego to find out, what they are doing. So what the other cities are doing is a combination of use of chemicals and also organic methods and so on.
Okay.
I find that a combination use is the best, toolbox approach. But how we use this toolbox is very important. So we have to use it smartly. If we use, certain chemicals very carefully, and in places where they are not going to affect the safety of the public, safety of pets, and all these issues, then it could help, the toolbox issue. That's what I would say about the use of the chemical. But an IPM is a good idea, but there is another issue because when we use also materials which are non-chemical, there is a huge implication in cost.
Okay.
If you were to compare a chemical with an organic chemical, the math is this. Actually, the cost is twice. Organic will cost 2 times the cost of chemical. And you have to use anywhere between 6 and 18 times the concentration of organic to get the same effect of chemicals. And you probably have to spray about 6 times the number of sprays that you apply by chemical to get the same effect. And that is the math, when I talk to other cities and our suppliers, because our suppliers, actually they are selling all the products, whether it's organic or whether it's chemical, so there's nothing for them, to blemish, their numbers. And as I look at the dollar value, of course, we can't look at the dollar value as a sole criteria to decide what we are going to do. But if we are looking just at the material, it can be as high as 72 times and the cost of chemical if we are going to use organics. And that's just for the material. If we are going to apply and like 6 times more, okay, so then there is the issue of labor. So there is a huge cost implication. I was speaking to one city where the cost of control of weeds in their park has risen, from $300,000 to $1 million. And they are still not able to control it thoroughly, and they are trying to live with weeds in the public right away to a certain extent. And, I'm saying all this, and, I also want to reiterate, these are just, preliminary findings, so the costs, are not, they are not set in stone, but these are my findings as I discuss with other agencies, other individuals, and so on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kuna. So, I know what it sounds like to me is that where you're using these chemicals isn't necessarily in the parks where kids are playing and things like that. You're very practical with your application. So this is kind of where I'm at with this whole situation, is that I don't want kids affected by chemicals. I don't want residents affected by chemicals in our parks and things. Sounds like you're not using those chemicals. I mean, obviously, chemical use off of a Caltrans ramp where there's no, human presence per se. I would think that that's a practical use of those chemicals. So what I would like to hear is, basically, I love the idea of, an integrated pest management system. It sounds like we have a pretty decent pest management system, but it's not official as an integrated pest management system. What I'd like to know is, number one, what's the cost of something like this, staff, before we decide to implement anything and bring it back? What does something like this cost? And number two, the practicality of applications, all right? Because like Kuna's speaking, if it's gonna be 72 more times the cost and we're gonna have to apply 6 times more of product, I'm no mathematician, but 6 times 72 seems like a pretty large increase to kill some weeds on the side of the freeway that aren't going to be adversely affecting our population. The other thing that I want to make sure of that comes back to us is, do we have any history of the chemicals that we've sprayed causing any effects on people? Like, have we already done some bad that we don't know about as a council that you could let us know? Or have we been so, responsible with our application that nobody's come forward that there haven't been any issues? So I'd kind of like to know that. I definitely understand the passion between the Clean Earth, for San Diego, you guys coming out here. I've seen you come out here for a while. I know you go to all the cities and, try to get this done. And I appreciate having residents of Vista actually in the house today too, showing up, because it's good to have residents of Vista in the room, talking about it. Because it's great to have people from San Diego out here every week, but love having a good resident of Vista, okay? So thank you for that. But what I'd really like to know from staff is, what is the practical approach to this? Protecting the community, I think, is all of our goals. And if we're using chemicals that are gonna hurt my grandbaby at your park or anybody else's babies or grandbabies, we should not be using those, period, the end. The liability that it opens the city up for is a lot. And that's where I'd like to see, when you come back, hey, we only use, what was it called? Glyphosate. At the freeway off-ramps, we only use this here, and this is the distance from any public space. In our public parks, this is our approach, and this is the holistic approach to it, and we're not using chemicals in areas that people can actually be harmed in. And I think that's a little bit of what this kind of thing is identify and monitor, evaluate, prevent, action, and then continue to monitor to make sure that it's doing something right. So I am supportive of no bad chemicals in parks around kids. Same token, I want to see what the cost of this is before I approve anything, but I definitely think there's a need, and I appreciate Councilwoman Melendez digging into it, getting a little bit of more info so that we could do whatever we can to protect the citizens of Vista the best. So please bring more info back and let's see what the best application and approach is. We live in California, man. We are the greenest state in the nation, and we need to be at the tip of the spear on stuff like this, and we are. So let's do it. Thank you.
Was that a second to her motion?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much. This is a really good discussion. And if I understand the motion correctly, it's to bring the framework for an IPM back to the council. And I don't know if part of that motion, if we need an amendment to the motion to bring back also like costs and stuff like that, or is that part of?
We would make that part of it, so you had all the
Okay.
information to make a sound decision.
Awesome. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to second the motion that Councilmember Melendez made. And hopefully we can continue to have this discussion and that we have more and more people come and provide input. I really appreciate everybody coming forward. I appreciate Clean Earth for Kids and their relentless advocacy for making our community better and wherever that community might be, because sometimes we're here and sometimes we're somewhere else, right? So the more that we can do collectively to better our public spaces, it only helps all of us in the long run. And, you know, I just think that I know if my grandparents would have known some of the dangers of Roundup, you know, they wouldn't have used it, and I wouldn't have used it either as a kid, right? So I'm just like wondering, you know, what that has done to my body that I don't understand right now, or that might happen, might manifest itself in a different way in the future. So I am very, very happy to second this and get more information so that we can make a more robust decision. Thank you.
So is the question, the motion is to bring back more information and the costs on things, right? Is that kind of the motion?
Yeah, so that we can look at what IPM would be in the city.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's see, Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Yes, and to just clarify, it's to direct staff to work on an IPM proposal, right? That would include the cost, that would include how much staff time would be converted, everything that's Vista specific about IPMs, because we have examples of, right, the best of the best in Malibu to what's happening in Oceanside. But, you know, I appreciate your expertise, Kuna, and it sounds like, you know, hearing that we already have a tiered approach, right? Some of the things that we're already doing are probably going to be included in the IPM. But similarly to how we have a strategic plan to address homelessness, we have a climate action plan. It's really important for us as a city, as we grow and develop and gain more information, to be able to have all of that consolidated into a plan that is going to really work for our residents and for the will of the council. So thank you for providing that information and you know, during this time, and I look forward to when we can have a really thorough discussion about what a Vista specific IPM can look like. So thank you very much.
Seeing no further speakers, I will call for a vote. The motion passes unanimously. And it takes us to our third item, which is zoning for mobile showers. Councilmember Contreras requested this item be placed on the agenda, so I'll give her the floor.
Thank you so much. You know, I really feel that the city of Vista would benefit from the ability to have mobile showers. Apparently, it seems like there were already exemptions for certain religious facilities that perhaps we overreached in the past. But beyond a religious facility, I believe that it's really important for us to have the ability to have two different types of processes for mobile showers, one of them being a temporary use permit. For example, I'm not sure if everybody here has heard, but it happens every year. There's a veteran stand down at Green Oaks Ranch, and for them to be able to have mobile showers there could be extraordinarily beneficial to the population that they serve. Outside of that, right, we are discussing a safe parking program. Could that possibly, we don't know the location, so could that possibly, be a location where we have a special use permit so that it could be ongoing, right? So the two things that I want to look at are two different processes for zoning for mobile showers, one of them being a temporary use permit, the other being a special use permit. For the public record, right, so everybody understands, temporary use permit, temporary, right? Special use permit is not temporary. It's a longer permit. I think indefinitely until we remove it, if we need to, for whatever reason, right? So, and there's also a cost difference between the two, which I think is important. But this is something that, I've had constituents come to me and express that they want the city to be not only amicable to mobile showers, but really provide a solid foundation for the appropriate hygiene needs that our different residents and community members have. Because unfortunately, and we see this occurring more and more, not everybody has access to a shower. Not everybody has the ability to purchase a gym membership to access a shower. When COVID was going on, right, the gyms were closed. So individuals who were paying a monthly membership just to access hygienic services at the gym were suddenly closed out of that option. And that's a very expensive option, right? To have an additional burden, cost burden for someone who is already having issues with limited income. So I feel that this is a very important discussion for us as a council to have. I appreciate it being on the agenda, and I want to hear from my colleagues if there's any comments or suggestions or recommendations that the members of this body have. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I definitely support the 4 days for North County stand down. So you're proposing that staff create a classification of temporary use permit and an SUP that would allow us to authorize the stand down and the safe parking program.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be supportive of it for those two purposes.
Councilmember Contreras.
And just to elaborate a little bit more, I didn't want to hog all your time with going on with more discussion on it, but yes. So for temporary use permit, right? The veteran stand down is one example, but there could be several other examples, some of which have occurred or have not occurred yet in the city of Vista. So to answer your question, and then for the special use permit, the safe parking definitely could be an area where a special use permit would be permissible and something that I would want to see. However, it wouldn't be limited to these two instances. So, I would like, and I guess I'll offer a motion in order to provide a little bit more clarification. But I would like city staff to move forward with creating a process for a temporary use permit and a special use permit for mobile showers, and not to conform only to the list that is presented to the council at this point, because I do believe that there are other situations that could arise where it could be a different location or a different purpose, where there could be a temporary use permit or a special use permit for mobile showers outside of this list.
Councilmember, maybe
Sure.
Mr. Conley can clarify the process for that.
Okay, that'd be great.
So a mobile shower in a temporary use permit situation would just be part of the TUP. So for example, the stand down would come to us, request the permit, explain what they include in their weekend activities, and we would approve a TUP for that use, inclusive of all the things that they want to do. And we would allow that under our current rules. So there's nothing in our TUP rules that says you can't hold an event like that, you can't use mobile showers or any other type of facility. All we're looking for is just to make sure it doesn't impact the surrounding property. So really from a temporary perspective, that's probably already accommodated in our code. For a permanent use, it's dependent upon the zoning. So each zoning category has a list of permissible and special uses. So if you wanted to add a category for a mobile shower as a permanent use, we'd first have to define what zones you'd want to put it in, and then you'd have to decide if you want to have it as a standalone use. So someone could just put a mobile shower on a property with nothing else on it with a special use permit. And if that's the council's intention, we could certainly write rules like that. Typically, they are asked for as part of a larger use, like a safe parking lot or a religious event or institution that wants to provide those services. And in that case, we would allow them under the category of whatever their event is. So for a safe parking lot, we're likely going to adopt rules that require a use permit. As part of that use permit, you can have whatever facilities on site you want to have, as long as it's approved by the decision-making body. If the council that wants to create a category for mobile showers that's separate from that, we would have to create a category in our code, and we'd have to define what zones it's going to go in.
Okay, that's really helpful. So what I think is there's two situations here, right, where you're saying that we already have under our temporary use permit the ability to do that, which is great. So I don't think I need to provide direction on that. So then what I believe I would need to provide direction is on how we're going to utilize a special use permit that would be a more permanent fixture, permanent being more than the temporary, right? Because it doesn't mean that it has to be there 24/7, 365 days a week. It would simply be in excess of what a temporary use permit would be. So considering that, I think staff has the best perspective on what kind of zoning would need to, would qualify best for a SUP. I would like to reframe my motion to say that I want to direct staff to bring back to council a list of zones that you deem appropriate for a special use permit and any conditions that you believe would be important for us to consider. So, yeah, I feel like that's a more succinct way.
Sure. Just to clarify, though, you're looking for an actual category of mobile showers.
Correct. Yeah, I want to add that as a category. So that's my motion. It doesn't mean that we're moving forward with mobile showers on a permanent basis. It simply means that we will be receiving back from staff more information about adding this category to special use permit and looking at what staff deems as an appropriate zone for that. Thank you.
And if I could ask Ms. Lee, when do you think we're going to receive the results on the safe parking RFP?
The RFP is due August 26th, so on Friday, August 26th, and I know that, so loud, sorry. I know that 12 people have already downloaded it, so we definitely anticipate that we'll have some responses.
And we're going to come back to council. What's the estimated date? Second meeting in September or later?
No, we should definitely come back, second meeting in September.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Conley, is your understanding this motion, is this going to be a council discretionary item or a staff discretionary item? The
Well, I would
SUP?
bring it back to council for discussion.
And the SUP is approved by the Planning Commission.
Oh, correct. The way I foresee it playing out is I'd bring this back for discussion, get the council's certain direction, and then we'd go through an amendment process that goes to the Planning Commission and the council for final approval.
Okay, so final approval of these SUPs would come to the council.
No, final approval of no, let me be clear. Final approval of the changes to the code that would allow mobile showers as a category would come to council. SUPs would come to council only on appeal.
Okay, but then otherwise they would be approved by the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, before you do that, I'm reading this, and I don't understand, because it says here that if it's for safe parking, whatever, whatever they use it for, that has to come before the Planning Commission, and the application can include both for the safe parking and the showers. So when it comes for whatever the project is, whatever it is that needs the showers, it has to come anyway. So why would you not just wrap that together? Why do you make it? I wouldn't support making it just shower. If you build it, they will come. Anybody will put showers anywhere. So I would make sure that it would, along with whatever if it's a parking thing, whatever it is that's coming that you need showers for, then let's make that a package. Let's not just put showers out there for any reason. I don't see a reason to do that. So.
Mayor, that would happen if they applied for a TUP and they wanted a temporary use permit to do the event and they wanted to do mobile showers, then it would all be wrapped under one.
Well, if they just want to do mobile showers somewhere, then if she's making it a category, then you could just do a mobile shower wherever you wanted to. Just put some out in the parking lot of the city. You know, I would not support that. So anyway, okay, Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So let me just make sure that I understand the motion correctly, because what it sounds like to me is that we're not doing anything with the TUPs because those are already in place, all right? But if we're going to give a SUP to a safe parking program, we basically have to create a policy for SUPs that should be approved by the Planning Commission as they come in space by place, or can I just do a specific SUP for safe parking?
So yeah, you can do a specific SUP for safe parking. That's what we were envisioning.
That's what I thought we were doing tonight, too.
And we would wrap the mobile showers into that. I think what Councilmember Contreras is asking is for a separate category for mobile showers that could be separate from a safe parking lot.
So you want to have mobile shower locations throughout the city standalone where people can just go randomly and shower throughout the city of Vista?
Can I answer?
Yeah, I'm asking her a question.
So, you know, the reason that I added that we would add conditions to it is that I don't believe that we just need to pop up showers everywhere that are standalone. I think that staff can bring back a little bit more of a comprehensive analysis regarding our zoning and certain conditions that they would like to see to ensure public safety.
Yeah.
So that's why, but I do believe that outside of a safe parking program, we may need, you know, there is a need for mobile showers, but I want to have a discussion at the council level as to, you know, do we believe that the conditions and the zoning that staff is going to bring back is appropriate? So I'm not moving forward with just saying, hey, you know,
Zone for
Dr.
mobile showers.
Bronner's, go pop up a shower anywhere you want, right? That is not at all the direction I'm providing.
It sounds like what you want is the SUP, since we have it for safe parking, we want to be able to give that SUP to other people in the event, like instead of a safe parking lot, maybe we have a homeless shelter that we have done, and the homeless shelter needs an SUP for mobile showers. Well, then if that's within our zone, we've already made an SUP for it. We don't have to come back and do it again. As far as what you're going to provide to me, Mr. Conley, what I'm really relying on you for is saying, number one, this is what the SUP looks like for the safe parking lot. This is the process to get the SUP. Number two, as the head planner for the entire city of Vista, in the event somebody wanted to have showers regularly, maybe in conjunction with other services or without other services, this is a practical place to have it in the city of Vista. Our parking lot is not a practical place to have it, Madam Mayor, and I would think that Mr. Conley wouldn't advise our parking lot to be the shower place, but that's what I'm really relying on you on, because I feel like her motion isn't saying put showers all over the place. It's saying let's rely on staff to say, hey, where would, in the event we allowed them, where would they be practical to go? Now, we might see the areas you pick for us, and we might sit here as a council and say, yeah, negative, Ghost Rider. We don't want to allow those showers. But it sounds like what she's asking for is, hey, tell me what you think we should do, Mr. Conley, because you're the one who knows all about SUPs. Is that pretty close? Thanks.
I think what you're asking is locations where it might be appropriate.
Yeah.
And that's not going to match the zoning.
Okay.
Zoning is going to be bigger than that, but the fact that it would require an SUP would give us discretion to decide where exactly we would want to allow it within the zone.
Okay.
What I'll come back with is a list of zones that I think could work and what some conditions it could be that could accompany the use if it was a standalone use, so to speak. And then we can have
And as a council, we can approve or deny your zones, right? You're just giving us suggestions.
You give us direction.
Ready for your direction. I would like to second the motion if nobody's seconded it yet.
Councilmember Contreras.
Actually, I believe Councilmember Melendez seconded the motion, and then Councilmember Contreras amended the motion, so Councilmember Melendez would need to accept the amendment.
I was in the restroom. I apologize. That's all you, Councilmember Green.
That was a previous item, sorry.
It's late. then.
This is my motion to second. City Attorney, sir, thank you.
Awesome, but I think it's my turn to speak. But yeah, I think that we have a clarification, right? And I just want to be very clear, it doesn't just have to be a standalone, right? It could be in conjunction with a different facility that doesn't currently have the ability to shower, right? So yeah, I feel like there's just so much out there. I don't have the information, and I just want to hear back, and I really am relying on you to provide some good conditions, because again, we want to create a situation that enhances the community well-being and safety, doesn't have the potential to degrade the community in any which way. Thanks.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much. Yes, I was in the restroom, and I believe that there's something going on with the sink where it's like automatic. It's like not stopping, even though you stick your hand away.
We've looked at that. We're working on it.
Okay, it's like endless stream. I thank you so much, Councilmember Contreras, for bringing this forward. I'm definitely supportive of a special use permit for showers. I even have a suggested location. So North County Lifeline, I don't know if they do it anymore, but I'm pretty sure they still host homeless court. So, that's every couple months. People who need to be heard and seen by a judge can do so in an environment that's like very, comfortable to like the treatment that they're already getting at North County Lifeline. And there's like all these services. So, I'm sure if someone wants to access hygiene and stuff, it'd be really cool to be able to do that before they have to go stand in front of a judge, right? Even though it's like more of an informal setting, you're like not in the courthouse, like in the chambers or whatever. I think that would be a really good location to just like lock in as a space that will accept that SUP. But in general, like hygiene is really important. So I'm okay with it being where it's relevant, right? If it's connected to a nonprofit or some sort of other service, then let people have hygiene, right? I mean, it just sucks when you don't have access to the hygiene that you need, especially if you're a woman. It could be like really, really, really hard on the street and just not feeling very good. So thank you for bringing this up. And I kind of came in late to the discussion. I guess I seconded it. I'm really glad you got a second on your motion, though. So that's really good. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, and see no other buttons pushed, we'll go with the vote. But I'm not going to support this only because I think a shower should go with an SUP. Would not want to see it at Lifeline or any place else, just a shower just because. So I'm not going to support this motion, so that's my reason. So, okay, so call for the vote, please. Motion passes with 1 no vote, which takes us to our final discussion, which is resources and services for unsheltered veterans. Deputy Mayor Franklin requested this, so your turn.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Would you pass those down? Take one and pass it down. So I'm distributing a list of ideas, and what I'm asking, we have our homelessness strategic plan. Be nice to publicly demonstrate our commitment to veterans by a lot of these things we're actually already doing. Because this item is agendized as homelessness, I got to tell Joe about this story. I was at lunch today, and the guy at lunch that I was dining with looked at me and he said, the city of Vista really should get a big meeting together with all the residents and come up with all the good ideas that folks have and put it together in a big plan. And I thought to myself, we've already done that. And he said, the city of Carlsbad is on it. They've got their homeless outreach team. I see the vehicles everywhere. So this is the feedback that we're hearing. It does not matter all the good things that we do. It does not matter to the people that we represent unless they know about them. So I think it's important sometimes to communicate what our priorities are. And so here's what I'm asking. I'm only asking that we give these ideas and whatever ideas you've got as a baseline of things to bring back, to discuss with some staff input, so that we could have a veterans portion of our homelessness strategic plan, so that we can demonstrate our commitment to housing our homeless veterans. As far as the funding, which is the item that's probably the most concern, right now we've identified how many? Was it 9? 9 veterans? So we are actually, we're collecting the information right now about status of veteran, but we don't really advertise that we're doing that. It's just one of the many things that we're collecting. I think it's important to enumerate some of the things that we're doing so that people know that we're doing them, because it's important to the community to know what we're doing. And this is about communicating and sharing what we're doing. With regard to the funding, what I want to say to the community is we're not going to let funds be the reason that a veteran is homeless in our community. So we've got $1 million in our housing fund. It's primarily committed already. There's not much in there that's uncommitted. But what I'm really saying is the city manager is not going to run short on authority to solve a problem. If it's Sunday night and somebody needs a motel voucher, he's got the authority to do that without coming back to the council. And what I'm saying in item 7 is, if there's a situation where staff is not able to solve the problem for somebody who's housing ready, we don't have the resources, and all these authorities and powers we give them don't solve the problem, then I want the staff to make us aware of the fact that we've got someone who's homeless, who's been identified by our social work team and our housing department as housing ready, and then we need to have a discussion about how we failed as a city to be able to help that person. So again, I'm not asking you to adopt the items that I've laid before you tonight, only that they're individual items are conversation starters, and I'd like to acquire your ideas too. I'd like to invite the community to come forward and give their thoughts and input so that we can have a portion of our homelessness strategic plan which is set aside specifically for veterans and would include all the good ideas that we can come up with. And I'm open to change the language on any of these. They're only a starting point for conversation. So I'm looking for an agenda item in the future, which staff has invested some time to prepare for us, and we can invite the community to help us shape the veterans portion of our homelessness strategic plan. So, and with that, I would make a motion that staff return this item as an agenda item with input and some staff research on the ideas that are suggested here, as well as any ideas that the council would bring forward or that the community would bring forward in the interim between tonight and whenever we agendize it.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to second the motion. I think it's a great motion. Obviously, our strategic plan to address homelessness is amazing. I know that Imelda Huerta was just recognized in the Coast News, and Vista was recognized for some good work Imelda did getting us an award that only 2 cities, and is it the state or the nation, some crazy got? So Vista's strategic plan to address homelessness is amazing. 2 cities, Vista was one of them. Thank you, Huerta, all right? I do think that we should have an area of our strategic plan to address homelessness focused on veterans. I couldn't do this job right now without everybody who served my country. And to think that there's somebody who served my country who's out there on the streets, who can't get the help that he needs and is waiting for it, and we can't help, that's very disheartening to me, because just like I took an oath to defend the Constitution of America and, you know, to defend against all enemies, both foreign and domestic, that's what my military did, man. And the fact that they're suffering from whatever it is, whether it's a, you know, drug addiction or mental or PTSD or whatever it is our military population is going through, I need them to know that the city of Vista cares about them. We recognize their service, and that we will allocate special funding for service members to make sure you get the help that you need. Now, out of all of the homelessness that we've encountered with our social workers and things, the data shows that we've only, there's only about 9 of them that are on there right now. But hopefully, by saying we have more programs for veterans, more veterans will reach out to take advantage of these services. So not necessarily adding a whole bunch of, new things per se, but number one, letting everybody know what we already have in place, which is so amazing. And then also just saying that, look, man, right now we're saying there's $250,000 in the Vista Housing Fund because it is sitting there, whether it's committed or not. And if you are a veteran and need, a micro grant or bridge housing or something, we'll find a place to get that money. Every year at the end of the year at the city of Vista, we have what's called surplus funds. We've had additional spending from marijuana income at the end of the year. Regardless of where these additional funds are coming from, I think it's a great idea by the city council and by the city of Vista to have a portion of our homeless strategic plan geared towards veterans. So I enthusiastically support the motion made by Deputy Mayor Franklin, and I hope that my council has a lot of really good ideas. I'll get my ideas together too and send them to staff between now and the time that it comes back, but different ways we can get the information out to veterans and just let them know that we're here for them, I think is a really huge thing. And if we could get some trucks that show that we have homeless outreach teams with like stickers on them and stuff like that, driving all over Vista, kind of like the other cities do. I think we might have talked about that at our strategic plan thing, but I love to have some actual homeless outreach team branding in the city. So not only do you have to read the Coast News to see we're doing great, but you just drive down the road and you see our hot teams, baby.
The branding is in process, by the way.
Oh, good. Do you know when the process is going to be complete by any chance, sir?
Miss Lee probably has.
Miss Lee, when's my hot van's going to be out here? And does Regina get her van yet?
So we did receive our vans, and unfortunately, within like the first 2 weeks of them out in commission, they did get in car accidents. So they've been out of commission for some time, and we do expect to receive them back in commission in late August. So you will see this month, you will see our hot team vehicles, and they do have all the logos for the Vista, and we do have 2 vehicles, and they're both transverses.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that that's finally hitting the road. It's, figuratively and actually. So cool. Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Franklin, for thinking about our veterans and bringing this forward.
Councilmember Contreras.
I too want to thank Deputy Mayor Franklin for bringing this forward. Although numerically, having 10 veterans in our report directly from our outreach, and then 8, I believe, through the point in time count. it's important that we provide these services.
Okay?
I have more to say. I should have taken my allergy pill. But, you know, one of the things that I'll offer a friendly amendment if I can to the motion, but there are three things that I would like to see extended. You know, when someone fights so hard for us to be in this chamber and have freedom of speech and all the rights that we are so blessed to have here in the United States of America, their families also suffer. You know, their spouses suffer. So I would like to, beyond looking at the individual who committed their life to this country, I would like to extend this proposal to direct dependents, I guess you could call it the nuclear family, spouses or partners. Also, I think that if we're going to be allocating some of the funds that we have for in Vista's housing fund, that we should really dedicate those funds to permanent solutions, which would be permanent supportive housing. So that's a second thing that I would like to see brought, amended to this current motion. And then thirdly, I wasn't even aware this happened until Congressman Mike Levin and Congressmember Sarah Jacobs went down to Tijuana and met with a lot of deported veterans. So I would like to ensure that someone's status of immigration is not going to be a determining factor for that individual to not access services that we would give to another individual who is a citizen of this country, because they both had the same type of fight. So I would request a friendly amendment to, again, expand this to direct dependents, whether that be children or spouses or partner, to commit to permanent supportive housing as a permanent solution for helping our veterans on the street, and to ensure that the services that citizens, that veterans who are citizens, that those services are also accessible to those veterans who are not citizens. I don't know if you want to accept those, but I think that it's a comprehensive way to look at this situation. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I would absolutely support creating a special focus for veterans in our homeless strategic plan, whether that's a special housing program or a certain response or approach that we take with those cases that the city is aware of. And I really do think that veteran issues are so important, all veterans, right, and their families, and that we don't necessarily need to reprioritize funds that are already allocated to the many homeless needs that we see in the city. I would support even using funds from our general fund to specifically address veteran needs. So I would, definitely be encouraged to see that investment from our city. But otherwise, yes, I'm very supportive of veteran focus in our strategic plan.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, thank you for those comments. I appreciate that. And in the proposal that I'm making here, which is only a proposal for discussion, I do say at the end of it, on an emergency basis to prevent any single instance of veteran homelessness. But certainly, I envision this discussion as one where we could bring up any area of including, and I really appreciate you mentioning the dependents and spouses and children of veterans. That's incredibly important. I want to address that too. So my thought is for us to gather all of our ideas and to give notice to the community to bring all of their ideas. And what I'd really like to do, and I loved how we did with the homelessness strategic plan, I'd like to do it again, is break them into their subcomponents, each of the elements, and for you to go and get show of hands. Do we want that element? Yes, no. And then we can, all the ones that have majority support, we include them, get a motion, and adopt that as our, so that's what I'd like to do. So I don't want to get too specific with anything tonight. I just want to say that we're going to have a discussion, and there's going to be these items in it, and those items, absolutely, all of them can come back as part of the discussion, 100%. So.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion that we're having on this very important topic, and I just want to ensure that the three things that I recommend do come back as part of a discussion. So does the motion and the second on the floor without approving the friendly amendment, does that allow for these very specific additional items to be brought back for a further discussion?
Absolutely.
So it's all for,
We heard what you said. We've taken notes, and we'll put them in the item that we bring back.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
And if anybody has any other items as we go through the course and when we meet, you can go ahead and provide those to me or Ms. Lee, and we'll incorporate those as well.
so we're just voting on a discussion, that's coming back for discussion.
That's right, and we're issuing an invitation to the entire city and the whole world to send your ideas. Where should they email? Should they email to Kathy Valdez? Would that be appropriate?
You lucked out.
They can email Ms. Amanda Lee at alee@cityofvista.com.
There you go.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
We are releasing a RFP, and we're coming to council at the next council meeting for permanent supportive housing. Would you like us to include in that RFP a primary focus for veterans for that permanent supportive housing?
I'd certainly love to discuss it.
So we can bring that back, and then you guys can evaluate that at the next meeting and decide that through that RFP process.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think including that would be great.
See no more buttons pushed, can I ask for the vote? Please.
Thank you very much.
Motion passes unanimously. So that takes us to our speakers. We have 4 speakers. We'll start with Kelly McCormick, and followed by Suzanne Hume.
Good evening, this is Kelly McCormick, and I would like to speak in support of an ordinance to require all multi-unit housing to be smoke-free and vape-free. As acknowledged earlier tonight, secondhand smoke is a health hazard, and right now residents have very little recourse when a neighbor smokes. The smoke seeps into surrounding units through vents, attics, outlets, and windows. Children are most at risk. They have no recourse if a parent, family member, or neighbor smokes. Secondhand smoke is known to increase rates of ear infections, bronchitis, asthma, and other ailments. Third-hand smoke refers to the residue that accumulates on surfaces like walls, flooring, draperies, furniture, even the stuffed animals that kids play with and sleep with. Third-hand smoke is nearly impossible to get rid of, even after deep cleaning, which is a very expensive effort, costing landlords time and money. Going smoke and vape-free would be a win-win for residents, property owners, and would result in cost savings, a better quality of life, and a healthier population. Thank you.
Suzanne Hume, followed by Naeem Miller.
Thank you so much. What an exciting night this is. So thank you guys for all of the hard work that you do. Lots to say about the pesticide information, but we can share that later. Well, just to say, there are no pesticides used in the parks in Oceanside, and I can underline that 5 times. So, and there's other stuff. So I really appreciate what was said, but We have to have the facts. They promised me. And we have to have what's being used written down so that we can verify. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to say I absolutely agree with the former speaker. We need a multi-family housing ordinance to protect people from second and third hand smoke. We've come and talked about this. We're excited. Other cities have done it, so let's do it. And to clarify, I don't live in San Diego, just to say, Councilmember Green. I do live in Oceanside. I do have students here, and in fact, the father of two of our students for Clean Earth for Kids are here because, it's a lot to come to these meetings and in the evening, but he's here to support. So, and we do have a lot of students that attend Vista Unified and through all of the Vista schools that are currently at UCSD, UCLA, and other schools. So we are Vista. We come to Vista, we play in Vista, we purchase food in Vista. So this is a really important, we consider this our home too. So just to say. Anyway, I am so excited and proud of obviously all the work that you guys do and everything that's led to these fabulous moments. I would like to say that I hope the City of Vista pursues the grants, the 30 by 30. Okay, so there's a lot of money out there for preservation of the land and purchase of open space and converting farms from conventional agriculture to organic. So at the City of Oceanside meeting, Trust for Public Land was there, and they talked about this process. So we're excited to share that information, and there's others that are doing that as well. So for 30 by 30, it's the San Diego County region, also the state of California, and the federal government has money for you to identify properties and things that you would want to preserve and protect. And that includes monitoring. It includes pesticides. It includes protecting our water and our air. You just have to apply for it, and you have to ask for it. So we're currently in those meetings. We just met with Supervisor Fletcher and staff from Tara Lawson's Reamer's office Friday. So I'm excited to work with you and do our very best for Vista, because this is our home too. So thank you.
Thank you. Naeem Miller, followed by John Bofroff.
Hello again, Mayor and City Council. My name is Naeem. I am on the Youth Board of Clean Earth for Kids and with NAACP. Clean air is so important. We have ideas and suggestions for clean air for Vista. Our friends are breathing cigarette smoke in their apartments in Vista. Please pass a multi-family ordinance to protect all people who live in apartments from second and third-hand smoke. There is a no safe level of secondhand smoke. There is almost 70 chemicals in secondhand smoke that can cause cancer. Then there is third-hand smoke, which is a chemical residue left on clothes, furniture, and any other surfaces exposed to smoking. Also, please put no smoking signs in parks and nearby sidewalks, at parks and where children play, and on sidewalks near public lands. Washing does not remove these chemicals or their health risks. Also, car exhaust is toxic. Please put no idling signs in the city to help stop idling of all parked vehicles. You can use no idling signs with children's art to remind people to be mindful and turn off their engines when they are parked, and educate the public of the dangers of exhaust, because there are children with developing brains that can be damaged by toxic chemicals in car exhaust, which could be your children or my fellow friends in our school. Also, car exhaust is full of toxic chemicals like benzene and carbon monoxide. Please put no idling signs with children's art in cities of Vista to remind people to turn off their engines, idling or leaving on a gas-powered car for 1 minute puts more carbon monoxide into the air than smoking 3 packs of cigarettes. Idling is a source of air pollution, and even short-term exposure to air pollution increase the risks of COVID and other health problems. We have information on our website at cleanearthforkids.org. We all need clean air to breathe. Please take action to protect a health future. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Yes, I know it's really late, so I'll be really quick. Just wanted to echo the statements earlier, but please consider doing an ordinance to stop smoking and vaping in multi-unit housing, and also consider an ordinance to stop the sale of flavored smoking products. Flavors are used by the industry to hook kids specifically, so please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our speakers, so we'll go to remarks, and I'll do this, and then I'll go down the thing. The final movie in the park is this Saturday, August 13, at Brengle Terrace Park. The movie Sing begins at 8 p.m., and details are available online at cityofvista.com. Registration is open for the Fall Leadership Academy, which begins August 31st, which is a very good program. Residents and Vista business owners will gain a better understanding about how the city operates and makes decisions. Information is available online at cityofvista.com/leadership academy, or you can see our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, after this meeting is over. And then also, Palomar Health is offering free blood pressure screenings this Thursday, August 11th, at the Vista Library from 1 to 3, and no registration is required. That's free blood pressure screenings. So those are my announcements, and I will I'll start with Deputy Mayor down the line here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have anything further tonight.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and I just wanted to thank everybody for showing up tonight. Want to remind you that it's only 9:44. We still serve tacos in the city of Vista, and it's Tuesday. And good news, that'll goes right to Carlsbad with gravity, in case you're wondering. Right, Kuna? Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys all for showing up. Props to my colleagues tonight. We really talked about some pretty controversial, political stuff. And in the end, I feel like we're doing really good work for Vista. So thank you guys so much for your time and work. And I know we've all been here for lots of hours, so excited to get home. Have a great night. And thank you guys all for staying the whole time. Even if you're from Oceanside/Vista, we still like you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yes, I too want to thank the public and my coworkers on staff for all the dedication to this city and to making it better. We still have our weekly trash pickup. Unfortunately, I will not be able to be there because I have a meeting down in San Diego at 9 a.m. So I'll be leaving Vista because I use public transit. So I'll be leaving Vista at like 6 a.m. to get there. But team captain Jovita Serafin, who is the best, she will be there, and we've actually started, because it's so hot, we have moved up for our summer hours. We start at 8 a.m. at Luz Duran Park. Anybody that has any questions, I can provide you Jovita's phone number. She also has it on the social media page for Guerreras en Acción por un Vista Limpio. But with that, I am happy to have had these discussions, and I'm even happier at this point to get some more food in me because I am hungry. We've been here since 3 p.m. today, so thanks, everybody.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, and thank you all for the discussions today. It does feel like we're getting a lot of work done, and that's really, really rewarding. And just for the public record, I had a Vista resident, a constituent of mine who lives in an apartment building, reach out to me and have a lot of concerns and complaints about cigarette smoke in her multifamily residential apartment dwelling. She's tried to be a good neighbor and talk about it. She's tried to go to the property management. She's gotten Vista Community Clinic involved, and just cannot get the kind of environment that she needs to feel healthy. So I'm definitely having those conversations with people who live in my district, because I got a lot of apartment renters in my district. We're kind of, squeezed up together in District 3. So I just want to thank, our advocates at Clean Earth for Kids. I'll say that she is completely unrelated to Clean Earth for Kids, and then y'all were started bringing it up as well. So just definitely good things to think about, right? Solutions for a lot of our health challenges and environmental concerns. So I'm looking forward to all the great work that we can do on this council, and I am just very blessed for the opportunity to be sitting right here and doing that stuff. So very grateful. Hope everybody is fed and gets good rest and has a good night. Bye.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councilman Green mentioned, City of Vista was honored or will be honored by ICMA, the International City County Management Association, in September as the recipient of the organization's Program Excellent Award for our city's strategic plan. So there were 3 categories, and we were the large category, so to speak. There was under 10,000 population, 10 to 49,000, and then over 50,000. And Vista was awarded that for community health and safety. So congratulations to Vista. Congratulations to everybody that's worked on the strategic plan. And thank you to Imelda Huerta, as you mentioned, who submitted for this recognition. So I appreciate that. City also, through CAL FIRE, the Public Works Department, through a CAL FIRE grant, the Public Works Department and Urban Corps planted 44 trees along South Santa Fe and Monte Vista Drive, as well as Thibodeau Road and Thibodeau Court last week. And Kuna mentioned it there. We planted over 600 trees in the last 4 years, trying to improve the urban canopy. And then I'm pleased to announce that the Vista Cops Unit, you may have seen them if you've been in and around downtown, that we do have 4 deputies who are certified to patrol on bicycle. And so they will be doing that Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays in the late afternoon, early evening, not at night, but being very visible and in and around, getting around, meeting with businesses and residents. So it's very positive. And then in November, we expect to have 4 more certified. So that'll be great for the downtown, and great that the Sheriff's Department is doing that. And then the last item I have for tonight is I just want to congratulate our Deputy Fire Chief, Brett Davidson, on achieving a personal and professional milestone. He was awarded Chief Fire Officer by the Commission on Professional Credentialing. So he is now one of 1,755 credentialed chief officers. And we have 2 in the city. We have our Fire Chief, Ned Vanderpool, and now Mr. Davidson. So thank you.
Very nice. You didn't say anything with the moonlight.
Say anything about the moonlight?
What's coming up?
Oh, well, what's coming up is Ragtime.
Yes. It's
And so a week from tomorrow, Ragtime will open. It's the 4th show at the Moonlight. And the Moonlight has had a very successful season. And Something Rotten actually had, based on our projected attendance, I think we're at 103%.
Wow,
So
that's
very
good.
good for that. And Ragtime's coming back, and that'll be a big success. And then Kinky Boots will follow that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the prompt.
Thank you. How about Walter? Do you have anything tonight? Our city attorney? And how about our city clerk? Kathy down there? Kathy Valdez or Claire? Nope, nothing. Okay, with that, then I'm going to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Ed Estes Sr., who passed away on July the 5th. Ed was active in our community, having served as the president of the Vista Board of Realtors, president of Sunwise Kiwanis Club, a board member of the Vista Chamber of Commerce, Tri-City Hospital Foundation, Encino Wastewater Authority, Moonlight Cultural Foundation, and the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. He was very active in our community, and he will be missed by a lot of people. He was a good man. So Ed Estes Sr., who passed away July the 5th. And with that, at 9:51, we are adjourned.
That was pretty.
Thank you all for what you guys do. There are some of us residents out there who appreciate it. And the average probably think you guys don't